All right.
Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum
alaikum.
warahmatullah.
Oh,
Ali,
you
go
beat me
ahead.
to it already. No, you beat me to it. You got it. You got it. I want to see it. I want to see this.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. And assalamu alaikum, chat and viewers. How is everybody doing?
Come on,
We
come on,
are
come on,
back.
come
Another.
on.
This is our 15th
Do it.
roundtable, mashallah. This is
Do it right, man. Do it
how
right.
time flies, right? This I just feel like it was yesterday that we started doing these roundtables. But alhamdulillah, it's been 15 weeks and we've been going on for a while now. Akhwan, how are you guys doing? Assalamu alaikum Ali, DeAndre, and Fawad. We've got all the brothers on today. Yeah. So
I'm a bit
what's
disappointed.
happening? We don't have many people on at this time. I know everybody's stuck with Hamza's
The
den.
arena.
Yeah, but that's almost about to end, inshallah. And let's
Mhm.
continue. Let's continue the discussion here because there's been a lot going on. Uh, some of the things I would say as things have been happening in the Dawa circle. What I've found recently is that um, a lot of the Christian polemists they've started uh, sort of gaslighting the Islamic um, dawa or the message of Islam a lot, and we need to take that take the discussion back and start talking more about Islam and the message itself. Alhamdulillah, inshallah. Oh, Brother Hassan is here. By the way, do we just allow the brothers to come up, or do we have something to talk about, Ali?
Um, as far as I'm concerned, we can just pin. Well, let's wait for more people to show up, but let's pin the link just in case. So yeah, let them come and and see the link already there. But as far as that, in the meantime, we could just um, welcome the brothers as they come in and find some stuff to talk about. And by the way, Akhi, come on now, do the intro correct. Come on.
Oh, oh,
What the hell?
I would let you do it next time. Where
Okay, yeah, sure. Next.
is
What the heck is even your intro? Is it like a script?
No. Okay, you know what?
Ali has sort of a, a, a thought out intro that he normally does. Let
Okay,
me see.
send me the
I'm
script so
pinning
I
the
can
link.
memorize it and do it. And if you can't do it already,
DeAndre, if I say it, would you do it?
yeah, sure. You have to send it to me though.
No, I could just say it to you right now.
Just
It is
hear him and then let's see.
so whenever the roundtable begins, the first after we give salams, we say welcome to the roundtable. That's it.
Oh,
Is
That's it. It's
is that it?
mhm.
How
Simple enough as it is,
many
right?
how many minutes did it take you to think of that?
It took me about 0.01 seconds.
You see, when Brother
Right?
F- said well thought out, I thought he actually meant like actually like thought out intro, like a whole script.
What? It's thought out. What are you talking about? It's my thing. Don't go on my thing. I love my thing. Come on now. It is my script, and I'm going to take it and run with
It's like 4 words.
it. Bro,
all right.
come on now.
So,
People have gotten rich off of less.
can you confirm that the link is pinned?
Are you gonna get rich off of
Um,
welcome to the round table? Is that your
hey, bro,
token to
rich,
fame?
rich in blessings, rich in the mercy of Allah. You know, yeah, there's many ways I can be rich off of it.
Poetic. I like it.
Exactly. Mic drop. But let me double check.
I can check on mine if the link is pinned.
By the way,
I'm
Dida's
checking it right now.
Deen, who joined Hamza's Den
Oh
today.
yeah,
This was the first time a sister has joined Hamza's Friend, correct?
Wow.
I don't
Yeah,
think.
I don't think she was the first sister. I think this is her first time though.
This is the first
You guys,
time any of the
you guys can
sisters has been
confirm.
on the panel, correct? I
Oh,
don't
really?
think any sister has
Was
been on a panel.
Sister Assassin? Has she?
Uh, has she been on the panel at Hamza's Friend?
I, I think I think so. I'm not. I might be wrong, but I think she has. But it might have
I
been a
think
long
she's
time
been
ago.
on. She's been on Dawa over Dunia. She's
Oh,
come on
okay, yeah.
there,
I might
but
be
on
confusing them with that.
Hamza's
Yeah,
Den, this
no,
was, I
she
think, the
has been
first
on
time.
Tower of Virginia before, yeah, of course. But
Yeah.
on Hamza, I don't recall any sister being on there. And I've watched
Yeah,
a
so
lot
you're right.
of Hamza's arena.
Yeah, if I so yeah, I'd say you're right. This She is the first sister, and honestly, I know quite a bit about Sister Dija because off of TikTok I've seen her work. I've seen her her knowledge. Mashallah, she's very very articulate. And
Yeah.
not when I first saw her, I said it's about time she got on. Seriously, she does great work.
Yeah, mashallah. So I am not much on TikTok or any of the other channels. I mean, YouTube, I see we are like, we're somewhat old people, as you would guess. But some of the brothers and sisters who've come on recently, there was this other brother who was on Dawais. Mashallah, they've got really good knowledge. I'll show you who I'm talking about. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. My net keeps going, phasing in and out. So if anything happens, let me know.
Will do. Oh, by the way, DeAndre, I have some good news, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
So I was watching a football game, right?
Yeah.
And at the end, this one Colombian footballer scored the winning goal, right? So after the end of the game, he came for an interview, right? But unfortunately, the Colombian footballer did not know English, so someone
Okay.
had to someone had to translate for him in Spanish. Okay, I don't know. Maybe if I was just I don't know if I was just it was just my lucky day. But as he's talking, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I understood what he was saying.
Wow. That's really cool.
Hmm.
Should
Yeah.
learn how to speak
I,
Dominican.
I,
Fit right in.
you said what?
Yeah, you just need to learn the Dominican inflection of Spanish, and you'll fit right in.
Would you would you stop? Anyways, but
All right.
honestly, I was really proud of myself because I remember
Dominicans.
I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and that was a long, long, long time ago. So I'm surprised I still remember some things.
That's cool. All you have to do is just remember, Cubans and Dominicans do not enunciate their S's. So if you want to say anything with an S at the end of it, or even like with an S that in the word that doesn't obviously have an S in the beginning, just remove the S and just say the word.
Assalamu alaikum, Ikhwan.
Walaikum
Sorry.
salam.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam. Oh, this guy. We've been at.
Just getting myself something to eat.
Hiding
What
still. I see.
What are you eating though? That's the question I want to know.
At the moment, just a watermelon. I was too lazy to make me a sandwich. I was contemplating for a while. I was like,
It's like a sandwich. Yeah, but that takes work. I gotta get the bread and then put something in between it. Nah, too much work.
I just get the first piece of fruit that I happen to see when I walk in my kitchen.
exactly. But
Oh yeah,
watermelon
it happened again.
does work. You have to cut it open to remove all the seeds. You have to put it back in the fridge.
You gotta go back and sit down where you were. I mean, it's a long hike, man.
It's a long hike.
By the way,
Said it's a
somebody,
long
uh,
hike.
if somebody can ask that guy from Hamza's Den that is talking to him right now, he's talking to him about mutawafika, the word, and he's claiming that it doesn't, it's not used that way anywhere else in the Quran, or the linguistic meaning is not how it is translated in Quran chapter 3 verse 55. If somebody can ask him to come over here, I'm gladly going to explain that to him, because
Raised
I don't
thing?
know, because you have to break it down linguistically,
Is it the
the
raised
root
thing?
word.
Tawafika? Is that raised or something like that? Is that the
Yeah.
contention?
Yeah,
Okay.
like according to him, that it's not used that way anywhere else.
Uh,
Assalamu alaikum, brother Hassan.
make it a like.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
Oh, by the way, Sister Fahi, the reason why that's my name, no, I'm not a pagan. I'm not a quote unquote. I don't follow Stoicism. I don't follow Stoicism, although I do know quite a bit about it because I did study it somewhat. But the reason why that's my name is because that was the nickname my best friend who passed away some time ago. That was the nickname that he gave me. So in honor of him after he passed away, that's my that's my quote unquote my alias. Whatever I do, if I recite, if I perform poetry, do public speaking, or give dawah, that's the name I go by in honor of him. So hope that I hope that makes it clear. Again, I'm not a pagan.
Poet?
Yeah, I recited poetry like for the past 15 years.
Did you? Are you a poet and you didn't know it?
I'm a poet, and
You did
you
know it.
know what? I didn't know it. I just never really. I don't know, man. I'm just a poet. I mean, at least I try to be.
You're a poet and you knew and you did know it. So now you're gonna grow it, right?
Nah, well, I've won some poetry competitions before. Yeah, I've won a couple, but as far as I don't do it for it's just a hobby for me. Something I do that makes me, yeah, I'm on my free time.
Cool.
By the way, do any of you actually trade forex or Bitcoin or anything? Have you guys like invested into
I
crypto?
I
Not
haven't, but
anymore.
I've been I've been meaning to actually
Oh, you
get
did it in the past.
some
Huh? You
knowledge
lost
about it.
money and then you gave up, brother Hassan.
Sounds
No, I
about
mean I
right.
was an ex-banker, so it sort of came naturally to me. You know.
Oh, so why'd you
That'd
Yeah.
be
quit?
something I do.
Why'd you quit trading it?
Hmm.
Why'd you
Sorry.
quit? Why'd you quit trading crypto?
Because well, I didn't. Well, to be honest, like I didn't trade like too much. I invested some in Bitcoin and some and crypto art. I invested in that, but after a while, I just stopped because it required too much of my attention, and because I just had some reservations about it.
No, it's not.
Huh?
Well, depends.
What?
Somebody asked a question if it's considered gambling. I said no,
Can't.
it's not.
No, no,
If
no.
you're
It's not the stock
like,
market.
yeah, I mean, because if you would consider that gambling, then even forex will be gambling. Even you owning money, or dealing with the paper currency, that will be considered gambling as well. Because
Or in
it
this
is
case, if
considered.
you
Sorry.
or in this case, if you bet with your older brother about who's gonna win a game and the loser gets to drink prune juice, is that gambling too?
Yeah. So is your paper currency based on any value, Samir?
I'm sorry.
You know,
Did you say
Fawad.
prune?
No,
Yes,
Fawad.
sir.
Honestly, I like how you just noticed that, DeAndre. But anyways, um, after in private, I actually do want to get some. At least, I'm a guy who likes to seek knowledge. So privately, I want you to teach me what you can about the whole aspect of it.
For free?
Uh, am I not worth it?
Yeah. Yeah.
First and foremost, I think Brother Fawad should charge you a bit. Not too much, just a
What?
reasonable amount.
Hey,
The
Let's go do
time.
that.
It's not about the knowledge. It's the time.
He's got wait. He's got time. Wait, does he have time? I don't know.
Oh, what do you want for what to charge him for? For
knowledge
his
on knowledge on forex trading and cryptocurrency.
oh, okay, that's
Hey,
good.
Fawad, don't
Yes,
listen
sir.
to Brother Hassan. I don't like him. He doesn't belong here. You should leave.
Fawad, my advice is in this particular matter. Like, he's your brother, right? Just don't go easy on him. Otherwise, he would never learn.
Absolutely not. Oh, no. Look, how about this? The rest of the people on the panel and the chat, I don't charge them anything, but Ali, I will charge.
You know what?
My man.
Sadly, I've seen that coming. That's like saying assalamu alaikum to everybody except you. Like, wait a minute.
No, that you have to, right? Because it's like salam. It's an obligation, right? You
Ah,
have to give your salam to your brothers. But charging you, nowhere did Allah say that you don't have to charge your brother.
but come on now. I'm worth it, right?
Hey, he's got a
No,
point.
you're not.
Obviously, you're worth it. That's why he's charging you.
No, the
Gotcha.
question should be: is my knowledge worth it? That should be the real
Is your
question.
knowledge? Yeah, that's why I'm after it.
But
Exactly. So pay for it.
What? Hey. You know, Brother Hassan, see me outside, bro.
Man just said, "Catch me outside." How about that?
Okay, guys. As much as I like to keep on distracting us from the Dow, let's get back to it because if I don't stop now, yeah. So everyone, is the den actually over, or the arena is it actually over, or is it still going on?
Yeah, I mean, technically, I think it's over, but Hamza had just one person on there, sassy in question.
by the way, did anybody see that video of Adin Ross? I don't know how to say his name. Adin Ross and Sneeko going around
Aiden.
Toronto. Aiden Ross, yes, you're right.
Yeah,
Aiden Ross and Sneeko going around Toronto. Did you see that video?
I didn't see the video of. Nah, the only video I saw was Sneeko and Sheck with Man in New York. That's the one I saw.
Yeah. So this is where I think his brother Sneeko, mashallah, may Allah protect him and may Allah keep
And
him on the straight path, right?
I mean,
Where he's doing dawah, where a lot of us don't have access to, and mashallah, through him, the message of Islam is at least getting to the ears of these people who wouldn't even turn around and listen to us if we were the ones giving the message, right? So this is how sometimes Allah chooses His soldiers, and Alhamdulillah, like He's chosen one of our brothers here, Sneeko, and the message of Islam is going to people we would never have thought would be uh, interested in doing any of this. The fact that he was able to take him to a masjid, let him live the experience of how a Muslim prays, how we do wudu, and all of those things. These are things which make a lasting impact. Very basic things. Dawah isn't that complicated, right? Very simple thing of just allowing the brother to experience what it is to be a Muslim, and that's and inshallah, if Allah would open hearts, and let's see where this goes.
inshallah. Hmm. I mean, the way I see it, I remember. Again, I haven't watched that video, but I remember the video that I saw with him and Sheck Usman with that one when they were in New York City. They were talking to this one Christian who was trying to cling to as much as he can, especially when they're talking about the. I think they were talking about the slavery verse in the Bible. I think
Mhm.
it was in Deuteronomy, and he can the slavery verse, and then where they're commanded to kill babies and infants, basically. And the man was trying to cling on to as much as he can without he didn't want to admit it, but he's saying, like he said some. He went as far as to say, well, in my opinion, I think it's wrong. But Sheikh Uthman said, well, what about the Bible? What does it say? Is it? Oh yeah, it's for the time. So for that time, I was looking to bash break. So no matter where he went, he was just trying. And one thing I like about Sheikh Uthman is how, well, one, when he says he's listening, and two, he like people who are good at not letting the conversation divert and staying on topic. This is when you know that they have there's not really much to go about, because it's not saying it's a aha I got you corner. It's more or less no, deal with the point, especially if you're saying that the Bible speaks for itself. If you're gonna try to reason around it, what's the reason? You can't. Then that's just you performing your eisegesis, which defeats the point. So at the end, it's just the well, it's one thing I learned. Two things I learned from that is, well, one, it's a attempt at gymnastics, and two, it's also, and I mentioned this to Brother Faisal earlier about how in reality, when and Brother Faisal, you could say I don't know if you want to say, you could say the quote what you told me about how to deal with Christians today. You treat them like, if you want to say, you can say, but if you don't, it's
No,
okay
no, no. Keep it.
because it was yeah,
Let's leave that.
yeah, let's keep it. But even just that approach, so it's something that we can do when speaking to someone who's being emotional. Bringing forth logic is not going to, if anything, it's going to make things worse, especially when you know they're being emotional. Because I've yet to really meet a Christian. Me personally, I've yet to meet a Christian who doesn't lead with emotions first, especially when they claim it's history, which is we all know it's not.
I mean, how can it be history when you cannot even trace your book back more than beyond the third century BC? How can you uh, claim all of that when you don't have any proof for it? For one, here's a question for you. All right,
Yes, Afi.
when when Christians talk about the idea of that it's historically proven that Jesus existed, and that apparently makes everything that happened before irrelevant. It's like if Jesus existed 2000 years ago, then whatever they believe in, like they can believe in anything, right? Just based on the fact that Jesus existed. What type of problems do you think we have that we should talk about here? Because we just need to unpack this, and this is like a huge thing with Christianity, right? They make the historical claim, and it's a non sequitur, as you can see, that Jesus existed 2000 years ago. This is proven as a historical fact. That's questionable, but let's say even if we give them, but apparently because of that, their claim is that the whole Bible is true. When more than half of the Bible is actually written before the time of Jesus, people.
That's a non sequitur.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, we can discuss it from different aspects, right? I mean, the thing is, Christians, they like to pretend that they're questioning or rejecting the Quranic account based on historical grounds, right? And that it's not basically a theological claim. I mean, whereas we both know, I mean, you know, us Muslims and the Christian asking this or claiming this, right? That historians could say the complete opposite, and it will have absolutely no implication on them as Christians, right? Like we always like to give the example of Matthew's account of the zombies walking around, right? Or King Herod ordering the killing of babies, et cetera, et cetera. And you can make so many other examples. You can come up with so many other examples, right? They don't believe in these things because it's a historical fact, because we absolutely have nothing recorded. You know, a Jewish man putting on a cross, that's really not a. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Perfectly.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yes, we
everybody's
can
so
hear you.
quiet. It's like, all right. So a Jewish man putting up on a cross by Romans.
Is that more miraculous, or zombies walking around the streets of Jerusalem? Is that more more miraculous, or the fact that King Herod did something that should have been recorded, right, in all history books? So, I mean, it's just like non sequitur, like you guys said. Like, yeah, we can grant them, and we don't have to, right? Outside of the Bible, you cannot reach the conclusion that Jesus actually existed. There are so many historians that we can actually name. They don't believe in the existence of Jesus. So this is why, like, instead of like going with this whole back and forth, I just asked them this. I'm sure you guys have heard me asking them this quite often, that if it is proven to you, whenever they bring the historical claim, oh, it's historical fact, it's a historical fact, I'm like, okay, fine, I'll grant you that. But if it were not, right, would you still believe in the crucifixion? And almost everybody says yes, they would believe in the crucifixion. And then I tell them that, okay, if history um, had clearly said that he was not crucified, and the Bible said that he was crucified, would you still believe in it? Again, the same answer. So it's a theological claim. We have to clarify that with them. If they say otherwise, then we can go and we can examine whether or not their claim is actually true. Then we can go about. So instead of just giving them and going on, for half an hour and showing them, Tacitus and Josephus, et cetera, I think we should all stick to this. Just simply ask them: is this a theological claim or a historical claim? We
Bro,
should go
stop
on
reading
from
my
there.
mind. Stop reading my
Yeah.
mind, because I was. Wait a minute. Guys, did I say the exact same thing?
It was exactly what we were talking about earlier as well for Ali and myself.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about this is you can see the same issue with atheists when they make these claims. All right, the 95% of these atheists wouldn't have done all of these scientific experiments or these historical experiments, historical research to actually go and do the historical excavation and figure out, okay, this exists, hence this is right or wrong, or this is true, not true, or do the actual experiment to show that the results show this, and then they're coming to the conclusion. What they're using is testimony of other people who've done these experiments, who've done the historical research, and so on, and they're basing it off that. So, in that sense, they have exactly the same level of evidence or the same type of evidence that a Christian has. Now, here's the amazing and interesting thing with Islam and with Muslims. What we have is a book that we can give people, analyze this, do it yourself. You do your own research, you do your own testing, you do your own things on this book. There are claims within the book. You can do your own thing and come back to us and tell us, where do you think the source is, right? And this is completely different from every other faith out there, including these non-faiths, the atheism, agnosticism, and whatever else is there. The book is there. It's it's right with you. Okay, you're the first person who can do the analysis, and you can come up to your own conclusion. This is completely different from Christianity, from atheism, from any other faith out there, right? And this is the beauty of Islam. So people who um, are basically going to go ahead, do that, and come to the wrong conclusion because they want to come to the wrong conclusion. They want to deny the conclusion that they can come up with the evidence that they have right in front of them. Then it's up to them. You've made your choice. It's up to you to choose to go to hell or go to heaven. And then we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, most of the things that that we actually believe in, whether it be scientific or any types of claims, right? I mean, we theists always get accused of believing in something or having faith, quote unquote faith, or blind faith or whatever they like to call, right? But the funny thing is, atheists, they do the exact same thing. Everything that
Yep.
they believe in, the only difference is they read it in a book written by a Harvard professor or whatever, right? Or a Yale professor, and we read something that is from the prophets of God, right? That's the only difference. Both are actually written by humans. At the same time, then look at them actually reading history, right? They would actually pick up a book and they would believe, again, testimonial. So believing and testimonials is something that we do every single day throughout our lives. Most of the things that we actually believe in are based on testimonials. I like to give this example to people all the time. I'm like, the meat that you pick up at the market, how do you know that the meat that you're buying is actually beef or chicken or whatever, right? Just based on its appearance? No, it's because there are so many animals that the meat appears very similar,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's exactly what you want to. That's exactly what you want to say right now while I'm eating. Good job, bro. Keep going.
Yeah. How do you know? What are you eating, by the way? Are you eating
I'm
some
eating
kind of meat?
beef.
Oh,
I'm
there
eating
you
beef
go.
right now as you're
How do you
talking.
know you're eating beef?
Would you? Okay, don't
Could have been
stop. You know
eating
what?
donkey, right?
Oh. You know what? I'm done eating. Yeah, my appetite is ruined.
We talking
Oh,
steak or burger?
uh,
Donkey
no,
steak.
it's actually cassava leaf,
It's a what?
but cassava leaf.
I thought you
Mm.
said beef, not
I was,
leaf.
No, cassava leaf. You put okay. It's a sauce where you put a lot of meat in it, so you can put beef, chicken, all that kind of stuff. So yeah,
Mm.
you eat it with rice, and yeah, it's good. Well, it was good till before I started talking, but yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
Why
mean,
did it affect you?
test. Sorry.
I was actually asking Brother Ali, why did he let it affect him? Could have just kept on eating.
Yeah, I could, but I wasn't fully sure. That's the thing.
But getting back to what I was saying, so the
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead,
testimonial,
go ahead.
right? Like if you really
Yeah.
think about it, right? Everyday life. I mean, I think it's Hamza that actually I heard him say this one time, that this word belief, it's actually very strong. We just sort of toss it around, but truly that's how we live our lives, right? You cannot be certain about anything pretty much, because be it history, be it like just look around you, everyday life. You just take testimonies of people for everything.
I mean, there is outside of Allah, there is no certainty,
Yeah.
and the only way we can have certainty is if Allah deems it. So
Yep.
like
Yep.
that's what we said when we're talking about Allah Subhanahu wa Taala's decree. When He decrees something, it's certain, meaning it's going to happen no matter what anybody does. It is reality. So outside of that, and it's like around, it's like last week when we had a conversation with this one atheist that came up and talking about morality and morals. Well, morality is objective, morals are subjective. Why? Then I told him anything outside of Allah is subjective, because that's why again it goes back to the contingent being. We are everything is contingent besides the one who is necessary. So if it's everything of what we're talking about when it comes to certainty, we can't be certain of anything unless Allah deems it. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not reveal the Quran, then we can honestly, people can still say, oh well, oh history says this, or most of what's recorded but that's still, there's no certainty in that, because it's reliant upon the evidence that you have. And if we believe that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, then by default we can't be certain, because we don't know all the evidence. So this is what happens when you look at things outside of Allah. outside of the one true God. And this is why it becomes more of an importance to actually figure out and try to understand who this one true God is. Not only what he has to be, but who he is, because that's when things in our everyday life starts making sense as far as why are things the way it is? What is the purpose of certain things? Why are we even here in the first place? There is no certainty. Like without God, I would not even know why I'm here. I wouldn't even be certain of my own being. You see how people today are even questioning if they even exist. Are you alive? I don't know. I could be. I could be in a simulation. Like this is
Yeah, I mean,
how ridiculous you can get outside of that.
it's really interesting you mentioned that, and that's one of the titles of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, right? Al-Haq, the truth, right? That's the only
Exactly.
thing you could be certain of. Everything else in life, you can't be certain of anything.
You
We
know when
have
they say,
point number two.
"Oh yeah, I'm switching to my laptop so I can turn on my camera."
All right.
One second,
Oh yeah, let
please.
me turn on my camera. There we go. Yeah, a guy preaching about Jesus. I find it ironic that he names himself Lucifer. Subhanallah.
Wait, what just happened?
There is this guy supposedly teaching about Jesus and the Bible, and he named himself Lucifer. So I found that ironic.
That is very ironic. Yeah, dude, you might want to change that name. Just yeah. But uh,
I mean, it sort of fits, doesn't it? I mean, considering what's written in their scripture.
Yeah, I mean it's ironic that they send curses on their God, right, on the Messiah, and they elevate Satan to calling him the Lord of this world. So
literally using the word Elohim. What
uh,
was that? Is that
no,
something else?
no,
That's
that's an old
that
like
yeah that
Elohim's
was
not used
Moses.
in the New Testament. Yeah,
Yeah, they use theos.
yeah.
There we
So
go.
we have somebody backstage. Can you turn on your camera and confirm
This
that you're above
brother.
18, please?
Oh yeah, he is. He was on here last week.
Oh, okay. He's a
Yeah,
Muslim?
yeah, alhamdulillah, he's Muslim.
Oh, okay,
Ah, people like our shirts.
okay. Okay. All right. You can turn off your camera if you want, Akhi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Wa
alaikum
alaikum
assalam.
salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing, okay?
Alhamdulillah. How are you guys?
Okay,
Alhamdulillah.
there's some feedback. There's some problem with your microphone, Akhi.
I just got brand new headphones just now. I opened them for this show.
Well, time to claim the warranty.
There's no way he has police radio on his headset.
Are we good now?
No, not really.
Not really, it's still there.
It's a bit choppy and static as well.
Okay. Let me see. How about now?
Now it's just Robot Rock.
Wait,
It's the
is
same,
it?
Akhi. It's the same.
Is it?
But if you have a question, ooh. Okay, that was loud.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, yalla.
Yeah. Wait, okay.
Earphones are off.
Is it wired or is it Bluetooth?
Oh, it was just something I got with my phone. They are wired. No, not the wireless.
Now
No.
it's better. Now it's
Okay.
better.
Yeah, there we go. Because it seems like you're trying to get when you haven't plugged it in all the way.
Oh, I took them out. I'm just gonna do it this way. I can hear you guys fine, and if I can also be heard well, then then we can start talking about something, if that's okay.
No problem. Go ahead. What questions do you have, Akhi?
Okay. Maybe I have two or three different topics that I wanted to discuss tonight, and they're not related to each other, but they're all part of theology and philosophy kind of genre.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so number one, uh, can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Number one, I wanted to discuss with you something that happened about, I would say, 35 years ago, up until now. There's a clip online between that was happening between a rabbi, a famous rabbi of the time. Maybe he was a chief rabbi, and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Uh-huh.
So in this clip, and it's a famous clip. You can look it up. It should still be in the archives. There's a discussion between them, and it's not very vocal discussion, but you can hear it, and if you pay attention, you will be able to hear what I'm saying. Basically, the rabbi says to Benjamin, let's bring it on, and they were talking about the end times, the Messiah, like the times of the Messiah. In the Judaic rabbinical Judaism, they believe in this, the the Messiah, that will basically conquer the world and make everybody else be subservient to the greater Israel. Did you get my point?
Are you talking? Are you talking about that rabbi, that Chabadi rabbi chief? You talking about him? It's about 30 odd years ago.
Yes, I believe he's passed. I don't think he's still alive. He was quite old at the time when this happened. But you can see young Benjamin Netanyahu, smiling in this and like nodding his head, like in agreement, like they're talking about actually bringing,
I was made aware of that video recently. Yeah.
So
I haven't watched it, but I've been made aware of it. Yeah. Okay.
So you guys know about it, okay?
I find it weird. Why is Netanyahu talking to a rabbi in the first place if he's an atheist?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
But Akhi, I do want to understand what your point is, because even if he is, what's the reason why you're bringing it up?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about all of this, like that's happening right now, and what their intentions are, in relation to the Christian Zionism.
Yeah. So,
and the way
I'll be honest,
Akhi,
yeah. This sort of takes it away from a theological debate, or what we normally have over here, into a more political debate. If you're talking about what they're doing, right? Or if, but if you want to discuss why they're basically doing this, or the kind of what their beliefs are, we can probably have a discussion around that. But it's because this sort of gets into the politics of things, and when it comes to politics, we don't want to get into that. There's just too much nonsense over there when it comes to it.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, there are brothers who are taking the political debates on, and they're better equipped, better with more knowledge about the politics and that type of things. Right? We're not in that position to make those type of claims.
No, but I understand, but it is a theological discussion because of the way that Christians are interpreting, for example, some book like Revelation. They would bring it in in our current time, and they would interpret these things. What's happening. They would apply this fanciful stories found in Book of Revelations, and
But who cares, Achi? Like you're not understanding what we're saying, Achi. With all due respect, like what are you trying to get at? We already know that Protestants they believe that, and Catholics don't, and there are some Christians they're in support of it, some are not, etc., etc. Like, why are you bringing it up on a platform like this? Like, is there a particular verse from there that you want to discuss? If you have a question, like, we don't understand what is a point that you're trying to make. Like, all of this, we've done streams on this. I myself, I was part of one of the streams on DAWAwise. We did a detailed stream on this. So I'd recommend you watch that. But if you have a particular question, particular verse you want to talk about, feel free to bring that up. Else,
No,
it's
no,
just
I meant
useless
to
to talk
say.
about that. We already know how they interpret that. Some Christians they interpret dispensationalism literally. That
I mean,
and that's the
if
whole
if
idea.
if if
And
I was
some
gonna
don't.
take it to the if I was gonna take it to the matter of religion itself, I mean, we can just start off with the fact that, well, Christianity needs Judaism to be somewhat true. It needs Judaism to be somewhat true because every
Yeah,
text that they
that's
give.
exactly what I'm trying to take it to. I'm trying
So
to
no, no, but
say. I'm
one
trying.
second.
Yeah,
No, no,
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, so I'm saying that no, and again, I'm removing politics away from this. So when we talk about the Old and the New Testament, it's it's the even when we speak to Christians with the Old and New Testament, it's the presupposition that the New Testament comes after the, like, it's supposed to click. It's supposed to come afterwards. Whereas Jews obviously would think of something different. So a lot of the things that occurs in the Old Testament about the God favoring the Jewish people, the Jews are the chosen ones. God only sent guidance to the Jews, and I'm still on that, by the way. So all of these things, as a Christian, they have to go by it. They have to agree that the Jews are God's, or were God's chosen people. They have to agree that God came down as a Jew. Yeah, God is Jewish. God came down as a Jew. So they somewhat agree to that, not necessarily realizing that their text itself has been corrupted even from the time of Jesus. So, and when they ask a question, they'll say, "Hey, we believe it's been divinely inspired. We believe it's been divinely inspired." But one question they don't ask themselves is how God gave it to the Jews and the Israelites during the time of Moses in the 13th century BC. One question a lot of Christians don't ask themselves is, how did the Jews keep it preserved? Did the Jews do something with it? Did they re-edit it when the Assyrians and the Babylonians came? What happened when it was lost during the reign of during the reign of King Josiah? What happened to it? What is even their own method of preservation? These are things that Christians themselves, and as a matter of fact, a lot of average Jews, and I say average meaning the ones that are not rabbis and priests, what do they say about it? Do they know? And I would say a lot of the times they don't even understand. And this is where we were talking about earlier about how the claims that they're making are emotional, theological ones, because you can't make a claim about history, you can't make a claim about objectivity, you can't make a claim about rationality if you don't even know the information of what you're talking about. You can't say that historically the Bible has been preserved all the way to Moses if you don't have any manuscripts that goes to Moses at all. So, and this has been the basis of what we've been talking about. So, okay, going back to what you're saying, everything what you're saying, well, take away, removing the politics away from it. Well, one thing to understand is, again, the Christians need the Jews to be right. Up until the time of Jesus, they need the Jews to be right. That's why if you were to remove Jesus from the equation, there'll really be nothing belief wise of a Jew than a Christian. There'll be really, because if you remove the New Testament away from it.
Yeah, brother Ali, there are actually rabbis who do say that God is a Jew and practices Judaism. There was one that said that he practices Judaism because of Exodus 31:17, which is the verse that says, like, God, like he says he rested and was refreshed. And even in the Talmud itself, there's like passages that say God studies the Torah, that he wears like these prayer things that use phylacteries. He wears
Yeah,
those.
tefillin. Yeah, God wears a
Yeah,
tefillin. That's what they say.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. that
By
he
the way,
was,
assalamu
brother.
alaikum, brother Ridwan.
Wa alaikum salam, brothers. How are
Salam
you guys
alaikum,
doing
Akhi.
today?
That
Alaikum
he,
Alhamdulillah.
salam alaikum, everyone.
yeah,
Yes,
that
go
he,
ahead, DeAndre.
that he wears tefillin, that he prays, um, and a variety of things. That he, studies Torah. He prays. Uh, he wears tefillin. He wears like these phylacteries, and so even within, like, there are some rabbis that say God practices Judaism, and even in the Talmud it affirms that. So
Yeah, I think
Look,
what the rabbi said. I watched the
God,
video. I think you might be alluding to Brother DeAndre. So what the rabbi said essentially was in the Torah it says God rested on the seventh day, right? So and we rest on the seventh day. So that means God practices Judaism. That was what the rabbi said,
Yeah.
which is very strange to me.
It's
So he
it
said, so God
it's
is a
absurd.
Jew.
yeah, and then some of them actually saying that, you know, Israel, we as a nation wrestled with God and we won. We overpowered him. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But
But
anyways,
so
the from the New Testament, I like to give them the example of Second Thessalonians chapter 2. Right? It specifically says that they're building the temple basically for the Antichrist. The Antichrist will actually sit on there. Second Thessalonians chapter 2. It says this.
wait, Second Thessalonians. I wonder if that was historically if that was the reign of King Nero.
No, 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 no. That's it. This is actually a prophecy about the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because in the first century, they because at that time I'm trying to figure out because at that time the Christians actually thought the Antichrist was Emperor Nero until they realized
Yeah.
that it wasn't.
By
So
the way,
I'm trying to
this
figure out if they thought it would be him. Just when it talks about the future.
No,
Mr. Doctor, come on.
What?
Muslim.
Doc, I've theorized a few things myself, but never something like that. Akhi, come on, give
And
yourself more credit.
but here's the thing. I mean, you just need someone to act just that stupid to go undercover, right? Um, you don't have to make sense of things. People, the kind of polemists that Christians have, it's an insult to a normal Christian's intelligence and their morality, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Anyone who is a true Christian, they would not accept these people as representatives of themselves. I mean, and the problem with the Christians is that because they're not on the truth, they cannot defend their position. When evidence is presented against their position, the only two things they have is to lash out like these Christian polemists do, or to sort of go into a shell and deny the truth and basically just base claims on blind faith, right? What we're presenting to you and Christian brothers and sisters, here's the thing: we're presenting the truth to you. It's as simple as that. It's up to you, but nobody's forcing you. No Muslim is ever going to come put a gun on your face and say, this is you have to become a Muslim. No, that's we've never done that in 1450 years of Islamic history, or 1400 years if you want to count solar years, right? We've never done that. Never has it been in our history that we've done anything along those lines. When the Muslims started conquering the world, right? Do you know that Muslims lived as a minority in most of the Muslim conquered lands? Most of the people were non-Muslims. There were so many Christians and so many Zoroastrians and the Medians and pagans that were living in a Muslim territory, and we allowed them, and we gave them the dawah, we gave them the message of Islam with the choice to actually become Muslim when they want to. People became Muslim uh, under the Islamic rule because they had the freedom to think. They weren't being forced to follow the state religion. They weren't being forced to just do as uh, the commander or the elites were telling them. They had the opportunity to think freely, and that's why Islam spread, and why every time there was a new uh, battlefront for the Muslims, the new Muslims were the first to go and fight there. They were so much filled with faith and zeal that those were the people who would go out there to fight. And this is it's unprecedented in human history. Never had Rome conquered a land and those people uh, gone out on the front lines, claiming to be, we want to be the martyrs, we want to be the ones chosen by Allah. Right? That never happened. Right? It's there's just so much that is there that can be talked about. Sometimes we think, how are we going to cover everything? It's just so many things to talk about at times. Ah, uh,
Oh,
interesting question.
this.
Yeah. So this
So,
was brought up, right? I think
Brother
who was it
Faisal,
that said it?
Brother
I didn't
Faisal.
I didn't bring up the idea that Paul was a Roman agent. I don't
No,
think
no,
he was.
the other Brother Faisal.
Guilty as
Yes,
charged.
yes, yes. Yeah.
So he and I were having a conversation, and we were going back and forth with Paul, and I think I don't necessarily think he made that. He said that as an actual claim itself, as a matter of when you read the text itself, it looks as if it's something suspect. So I don't, he can come here and clarify. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but while we were going through that, I didn't necessarily think he said that, or he definitely, I believe he definitely was. No, I believe it was more of a, well, if you look at the evidence, he seems more like like an agent rather than an apostle, if you think about it. Because as far as what the effects were, how he was able to take people away from the real message of Jesus and add pagan elements into the faith. So this infusion of it as a result. So Eh, but the topics of what we are talking about last week when it comes to Paul is how, again, we talk about the 27 books of the New Testament, right? Most of them were written by him. And I alluded to the fact that out of everybody that's talked about in the New Testament, because the New Testament is supposed to be about Jesus. That's what it's supposed to be about. But if you look at the person who's talked about the most, whose life we know the most of, we know more about Paul than we do about Jesus, literally. And it's it goes to show you about how apparently people just believe him. That's why even on Hamza's then Hamza all the time talks about, why do you trust Paul? Because I would ask the same thing too. Why do you trust him? And if you actually read the stuff that he did, as far as how he's going into Judea trying to preach to the people that Jesus is the last and final sacrifice, but they don't accept him. As a matter of fact, they really ran him out of town, and adding on his deceptive nature. And one of the examples that we used is was it Acts 21? Yeah, there was, yeah, Acts 21, where he is
The
confronted
Nazareth vow.
by, you said what?
The Nazareth vow.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's like
where
That was part of it. Yeah.
so yeah, he's confronted by James, and he's saying, "Hey, to show you that you're not telling the people to forsake Moses, take these men and go with them and perform the Nazarite vow." What does Paul say? If anyone who's truly sincere, who's not deceptive, he would have said either A, he would have said, James, you are Jesus' brother. Why are you telling me to go perform this Nazarite vow? Why are you telling them to go perform this Nazarite vow? You should know that Jesus Christ is the last and final Savior, is our last and final sacrifice. He should have actually been chastising James for this. That's option one. Or option two, he would have stood firm and defiant. He would have said, no, I'm not going to do that. Jesus Christ is the last and final sacrifice. I'm not going to do that, etc., etc. But no, he didn't. What did he do? He went along with the people and actually performed it. So that is very, very deceptive. And by the way, what was the whole issue about? The issue was about him telling Jews not to forsake Moses, that they don't have to follow the law. Was that what he was doing? Yes, he himself said so in his letter, in one of the letters, in his letter to the Galatians, saying stuff like, "We are no longer held under the law." And then on top of that, what his entire view on the law. What does he say? Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. All of this, when you take all his own works, all the evidence into account, and you're saying, huh, that seems a little sus. And by the way, look, if you look in Acts, what does Luke say about him? Luke, for one thing, says he's a Pharisee. I think even Paul himself says he's a Pharisee, but he's talking to the high priest, who was a Sadducee. That that would not have been that would have been highly improbable because they couldn't stand each other. So he's getting a Pharisee, he's getting a Sadducee to go and get Christians from another country, from another nation, that the high priest would have no authority over. So all of these are gaps to the stories of Paul. And if you take away the theology of it, he fits more of someone who is going and as an agent to take like a Roman agent to take the people away religiously, rather than someone who's an apostle. Like he's more on one side than he is on the other. If when you remove the preconceived notion, when you remove the bias, and when you remove the theology and just read the text for what it is, he's very, very deceptive. It's very deceptive, and it's very shady, to say the least.
I do want to hear others' opinion about this as well, but because I personally don't think that he was a Roman agent per se, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's just
feel,
speculation.
yeah. It's
You know,
and I get it,
there's no
like,
I get it.
certainty.
We're
It's
sitting here with
speculation, but we're saying that no, we agree that it's speculative, but it does. But as a theory, it does have some sort of credence,
yes,
considering that
and I don't
these
don't
factors.
disagree, Hassan. Don't disagree.
Yeah, not to
Don
mention.
has
Yeah,
been the one who brought this back up. How are you doing, Don? You're on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
So,
salam.
Wa alaikum salam. How you doing, Akhi?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
sorry, can you hear me? My mic's really dodgy.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you clear.
Yeah, we can hear.
So, Akhi, you were the one that posed the question, correct?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So, yeah. Is there any other questions? Did the answer make sense, or is there anything you would like to know? You have any other questions?
Sorry, I'm getting reached.
No
Okay,
problem.
take your time. I'll just say this on this particular topic, right? I can see the merits of some of the arguments, but I don't see him as being the agent that we want him to be, because the motives behind it don't seem to be there,
Yeah,
right? Why would the Romans want to um, go after Christianity itself? If
yeah,
anything, it would make
they,
more sense if they were going after Judaism, let's say.
yeah,
They
because
want,
there were
No,
a
but
handful of Christians.
the
There were a
yeah,
handful
no,
of
but
Christians.
the
They didn't really care much about Christians.
or Jews.
well, I mean, when you're looking at it from this perspective, then yes. But what we're not taking into account is the Christians of today, and the Christians of that time. I mean, we wouldn't necessarily call them Christians. In a sense, we would rather refer to them as believers. In a sense, because these are people who followed Isa alayhi salam. And the thing is, if that movement of Isa alayhi salam was a foreseeable issue for the Roman Empire, they would want to disturb it, or at the very least try to control it.
But it wasn't,
That's
Akhi. That's
the
the thing.
perspective.
Like, you think Romans, they were concerned with Judaism at all? They were never concerned with Judaism. That was never their concern. They knew they had the Jews under control,
yeah.
right?
What happened
If
in
they
70
wanted,
AD?
they could have, yeah. Exactly.
What
mean,
happened
Like
in
they,
okay,
70 80? That's proof that they didn't even care. If
okay,
they
yeah.
needed to take care of them, they did it.
For,
They actually did take care of them
okay.
in
yeah.
Even
For
70
before
80.
that,
for them.
even before
Yeah.
that, the one way you know they don't care about your religion, they let them practice their religion.
Exactly. That's what I was about to mention.
Sorry,
And
okay, go ahead.
they allowed you. You think if the Romans felt any threat from the Jews, they could not have wiped them out of existence from the
Mm,
Roman Empire? They absolutely could.
Well, but they did actually control it in a way. I mean, what who were the
No,
Sadducees?
controlling
These
is
were
one. Look,
people.
Achi,
Mm,
I'll give you a simple example, right? You think when the
yeah,
British, when they went to colonize, for instance, Africa or India or Pakistan, right? You think
yeah,
that they actually wanted to wipe people out of existence over there? No,
no,
that's
no, of
not
course
what,
not.
like, because Romans, they basically colonized these areas,
yeah,
right? I mean, they literally used Jews as slaves whenever they wanted. They could have done whatever they wanted with them, right?
Yeah, and
Um,
and you choose the most corrupt to lead them, and it makes it
yeah,
so much easier. This is
easier,
what
absolutely.
that's what the Britishers did. Look what we have: the House of Saud leading leading Arabia right now, right?
Yeah.
We see the impact of what the Britishers did in the subcontinent. The people in power, right, and the impact are still felt throughout the subcontinent. The people who were left in power were the corrupt officials, the corrupt people who sided with the Britishers, right? They were given the land, they were given the control, right? And all the Britishers needed to do was basically rule by proxy. Okay,
Yeah,
if
they
you want more taxes, you just tell them get more taxes from the people. You don't even have to do
Mm,
anything, right? So that's what the
because
Romans were doing.
see, if our a superpower like especially back then, right? For instance, like the Romans or the Britishers, right? Like in the last 150 200 years or whatever. I mean, it'll be more beneficial for me if I took the subjects and I made them work for me, because
yeah,
manpower is a big asset.
Yeah.
Why would you
Look
just?
at what
It's
yeah.
yeah. Go
look at
ahead.
that's
what the Pharaoh was
No,
doing as well.
I agree.
Like, go back
No,
throughout
I agree. I
history,
agree.
and this is
Mm,
this is a template that is used by all these people throughout history. That's how people control other people. You don't have to put.
mm,
So if you put a British person in charge of each of the land in India, there would have been a revolt immediately. But the person was an indigenous person,
Yeah.
right? We see the same with what the Pharaoh was doing. The Pharaoh had certain people who were from the Bani Israel, who were in charge of the rest of the Bani Israel,
Yep.
right? And those
yes.
people were able to act as supervisor to control and to uh, calm the rest of the people, because they could act as an in between. I'll talk to the big guy
you know
as
what?
long
Okay,
as you do this.
it,
Just don't make it more difficult for me. I am doing the work for you, right? That kind of
mhm.
talk that
it actually
would happen.
it reminds
Mm,
me of a quote that Malcolm X said, and it goes along line with the whole idea of our history. So when Malcolm X was talking about the idea of American slavery, even even yeah, American slavery, he's one thing he said was mental slavery is worse than physical slavery. Literally, the effects of mental slavery will persist more than physical slavery. But when Malcolm X said the first thing they'll do is when you want to oppress a people, they'll take the best among you, and then they'll invite him to dinner. They'll shower him with gifts. They'll make them feel like they belong. And then what's he gonna do? He's going to go to the rest of the people and say it's okay. These people are not your oppressors. These people, you don't have to convince the people. They will do it. So if you look at history, that same mentality, what did the Romans do? And this is something the Romans did with
Ali,
every
this is modernity. This is current capitalist society
oh
that you're defining. You don't even have to go into history to take a look at that.
exactly.
Modern
But
society, what have you been told? All you need is a job. You don't need to think
mhm,
outside. go through the school system, you'll get a job. You'll earn enough to do what?
Nine to
To
five and
feed your
stuff like
family.
that.
Oh, now actually both you and your wife need to work, right?
Hmm.
It's not just you. Both you and your wife need to work. About 100 years ago, a husband can go out and earn all that is needed to run the house. Now, why you're not able to do that even with two incomes? It's
Exactly.
because your mind has been fashioned to stop thinking by itself, right? You go
After a
through
certain
the
age.
system and do this, right?
See, and
And
and that's so okay. And that's the funny thing when you say history repeats itself. When you talk about modernity, it started way, even before that. And just to allude it to the Romans, every single nation the Romans conquered, that's what they did. What did they do? And I use the Germans for example. When they were conquering a lot of Germanic tribes, right? Okay, Fasa, I can hear you breathing. Okay, okay,
me,
Okay.
yeah. Is
Good
it
to
you or
know
for
that you're
what?
alive, but no, it's not me. Definitely not
Okay.
me. I
So yeah,
got
and anyways,
dude. If with this headset you can hear me breathing, like this is one of the most expensive headsets out there in the market, man.
uh, anyways, so with the Romans, every single place that they conquered, that's what they did. So when they took some of the Germanic tribes, what would they do? They wouldn't go and execute everybody. No, they will literally literally look at the higher ups. You know, when they say a fish rots from the head down, they took the clan leaders. They took the clan leaders, and what they'll do, they'll make sure they subjugate the clan leaders because why? People will instinctually follow the leader. So you don't have to conquer the people, just conquer the leader of the people. So they'll go to the higher ups and they'll kidnap their, the princes or the heir to the throne, basically, or their, the rulers, etc., etc. And that's how they'll control the masses eventually. Because why? The rest of the masses will just fall in line. And how do we see it connect with the Jews? Simple. Who were the higher ups in Judea? The priests. That's why the high priest was who? A Sadducee. Who were the ones that were in Rome's back pocket? The Sadducees. Literally.
See,
You don't have to conquer
by the
all
way,
the people, just conquer the highest among. What's up?
we've
just
got
wanted to
brother
say,
Athar.
Assalamualaikum
Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum.
everyone.
alaikum,
Ji.
brother.
Good
Salam
to see
alaikum.
you,
Walaikum
brother Fawad.
salam.
Long time
Assalamualaikum,
no
brother.
see.
Oh,
Likewise,
you
Zach.
just came for you just came online for what?
Just of
What
No,
course,
about
no,
the
for
rest of
everyone,
he
us?
loves me.
but brother Fawad,
Wow.
I
Yeah,
he came live after
we
a
all
long time.
we
That's
all
why.
know who he loves the most. We already know now. Okay.
Good to have you here, Akhi. But anyways, just real quick regarding what the brother asked, right? I would say if you were to do an internal critique, more than that, you know what actually caught my attention when I paid attention to how Paul is depicted. I don't know how many of you actually paid attention to this aspect, right? What do the Christians believe about the rapture? What do you guys know?
Jesus is gonna come. All the good amongst people will be risen up. While Jesus comes, is gonna slay everybody. Yeah.
Right. But what is he going to do? So he's going to judge people, right?
It's good to judge people. Yeah.
Exactly. And who is going to judge along with him? His
Twelve, dis-
disciples, right?
12 disciples.
Right. Where's Paul
Yeah.
there?
Well, isn't he the one that's apparently is? They'll say isn't he the one that's gonna replace Judas?
No, but
No,
in
not
Acts 1, we
Judas.
already see
No,
who was
They already
replaced.
replaced
But
Judas
but
in Acts
Yeah,
1.
Matthias,
Matthias was his
Matthias,
replacement.
yeah.
Matthias.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So
I'll
Matthias
tell
already
you what
replaced him. Yeah. Go
I
ahead,
can
Akhi.
see what Paul would do. We'll serve them pork.
No, 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 no. I disagree. I think he'll say, "Be celibate like I was." By the way, who the hell wants celibacy in the right
and
minds?
and and in point number two, this is the part that I
That's
find really
funny.
ironic, right? So who was given the authority after Jesus, according to the
Peter,
Gospels?
right?
Peter.
Peter. He's the rock of the church, right?
Yep.
How many like epistles or works can we attribute to Peter,
I'm not,
including the forgeries?
Allegedly 2.
Just 2. And the second one actually is both of them. There are
Sorry, 3.
forgeries,
Well,
but
you want to
the
say
second.
well, you want to say 3 because Mark's they say he's a scribe of Peter, but you want to go 3.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you want to grant them that, you accuse me of wanting to grant them everything, but then,
Oh
again,
no,
I would. Yeah.
You've done a lot, so no, you're still on that.
Well,
Okay.
when it
And
comes
they
to
almost
granting,
never
but
quote Mark,
you
by the
do
way.
the most.
So, yeah.
You do the most
Okay.
granting.
So
But
now
here's the thing.
here's
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
question though. I was just gonna make this
Yeah,
last
go ahead.
point, right? So we see the disciples, they're supposed to be judging. We don't see Paul, right? We don't see any prophecies by Jesus about a character like Paul, right? Jesus
Oh, there
himself.
is, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to take the
Then
Antichrist, yeah, of course,
exactly.
yeah, right. But from a Christian perspective, right? From a Christian perspective, we don't see any prophecies about Paul. Acts 1, towards the end, Judas gets replaced, right? And then on top of that, we don't see anything attributed to the very person that Jesus was supposed to have given the authority to, right? Now, the third point I want to make is, guess what Paul refers to his teachings as? His gospel,
his gospel.
right?
He says his gospel.
Yeah, that's his gospel. So basically, his gospel, it's an illusion, is replacing Jesus's gospel, because according to Christians, Jesus did teach a gospel, right? Or some Christians would say he himself was the gospel. So
Yeah.
apparently that was not enough. Or what he taught in the synagogues, it was not enough. That he had to come back in the vision to somebody else, and then he had to teach his own gospel.
Somebody that he himself said, somebody other than who he himself said is going to be the rock. Because if he was going to come back, wouldn't it make sense to appear to the rock?
Exactly. If anything, he should have appeared to
Peter.
To Peter. And if you actually see Paul, that's why he says, he calls them the super apostles. Why? Because he says that I received my revelation not from them. I don't take my teachings from them. I took it directly from the Lord, from Jesus himself. Yada yada. But yeah, you guys continue, inshallah. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Ooh, someone's home.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry about that.
Right here.
Well,
Oh,
Hey, okay.
you know what? I agree. But yeah,
one other thing that we should remember is that of the 13 letters, not all of those letters are basically from the same person.
Anybody bought that book yet? The nonsense book?
The Shot of Turin book? Yay.
It's $57. I'm not buying that.
Are you gonna read it if it's free?
Yeah.
No,
if anything, you should be paying us to read it.
That is a
transfer about $500 to my account and I'll read it once. Twice you have to pay $1,500.
That is $57 is a weird price, man.
That is the price of his book. I legitimately clicked on the link.
$57 for a book. That book must have been, printed on gold. $57.
$57.
That's almost $6,000 here.
Wow.
I'm not paying that for that book.
What about in PDF form?
Especially not in PDF form.
By the way, one of the
PDF.
things,
50 cents a PDF, nuts.
the PDF form is $57.
No, they said we should probably get it in PDF form then, because if the hard copy might be $57, then imagine how much the PDF form is
I
going to
just saw
cost.
$57. I'm not sure if it was for PDF form, but I was like $57, and I had to make a joke about it. Couldn't resist.
Portable document format. I hate it.
57. Ugh. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
But yeah,
how many sales have you done on that book?
Nah, I mean, the funny thing is, it's. I remember having a conversation with him even before, on other. I think it was on. He was actually on Rumsey's channel as well,
Really?
and it's yeah, and it's the fact that everywhere we turn, he goes back to that. That's the problem. Like, I don't remember having a particular conversation with him where that wasn't the result. And first of all, what we're talking about when we're talking about emotional and no logic, that's a pure example, at least so far. If you want, the link is there, my friend. The link is there. If you want to come and actually talk about actual evidence, and I repeat, actual evidence, we'd be more than happy to have a conversation with you.
Don't
But
don't
not
send this invite, Ali. We,
no, not if he's gonna talk about the shroud. No. Anything else besides that, then no.
That's
Would
never
there,
gonna happen. This guy, I've told him so many
is that
times. I
Sheldon or
literally have had so many conversations
no,
with him.
No,
that's
no, no.
Angelo.
Worse,
Otangelo.
or
Angelo.
Tangelo.
no, 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 no.
We,
Yeah,
better
exactly.
I don't
not.
want to talk
Exactly.
about no
Okay,
clothes,
Ahwan,
shroud
what?
of Turin, and all kind of nonsense.
Yeah, let's move past
It's
him. Let's move
almost
past
like,
him.
someone is having a conversation with a robot. With all due respect.
Yeah, because he's not willing
Yeah,
to
he
listen.
he sits there with that questionable lighting, all dark all the time. Like, why is it always dark in your house, man?
I think he wants you to see the blood on the shroud properly.
You know,
Look at that. He wants us to
He always
demonstrate.
says this. This is such a ridiculous argument. It is
I
not
mean,
available for examination. This knucklehead, this moron does not understand this. It is not available for examination. What the hell is wrong with this guy? That's what, like, so many scientists have been saying, please give it to us so we can examine it again. When was the last time it was examined? It was like 1980s or 90s or something.
He probably has some patches on it now.
yeah.
They
The thing
probably
is
patched
that
it a number of times.
look, Ahwan. The thing is that we don't have any DNA from Jesus to confirm.
We don't
If
even know that. You know what they said about the blood test? It is not even confirmed to be about a human being. They don't even know that it's a human being. It says unknown species.
yeah, but that's what they would say, right? The Christians are gonna be, like, oh,
No,
Jesus is
no,
God.
no,
He's not a
no.
human.
No, they can't do that because
No,
God does not have blood.
hypostatic union
He's a
goes out the
spirit.
window then. Yeah.
Yes, because they have to believe that
Mm.
he was a human being. It has to be human blood. If they
I
say
know,
otherwise, then
but
the
that's the thing,
hypostatic
right?
union goes out the
You're
window.
talking about things who are using their. You're talking about people who are using their rationality. Are
Yeah.
we
Oh yeah,
actually
yeah, yeah.
talking about the same people? Come on, this is proof
And
for them.
why are we assuming that it is Jesus on there? Like, so many
see,
presuppositions. Like, this
and
knucklehead
Fawad,
does
why are we
not
honestly,
discussing
understand it.
this?
that
Fawad,
is
why are we
I don't know.
discussing this?
I don't
that
know.
I
is
actually
You guys
wanted to.
started. So.
I
you
actually
know
wanted to have a conversation, a different
that is
conversation.
the one
Okay,
thing
go ahead.
Ali, no,
I
no,
was
no,
gonna
no,
try to
stop,
tell you
stop, stop,
brothers, man.
stop. You started this. You've got no say in this now. Yeah,
I
you did.
started this.
You sent the invitation out to him.
You're the one who brought up Ortangelo's comment. Come on, you know who this guy.
Wait,
Everyone
wait.
knows this guy. He's
No,
the
no, no,
No, no,
resident
no,
Fawad,
no.
nutcase of
Okay,
And
okay,
you
Palestine.
were the
okay,
one that
okay,
invited him.
okay, guys. Okay, let me handle one at a time. Okay, first of all, I wasn't the one who highlighted his comment. Okay, and I'm snitching this time. I am snitching. He was. That's one. Second of all, what did I say? I said you can come up if you could talk about something else. Obviously not. I said if not.
You do know that he will not talk about anything else. He will always divert and go there. So why even give him the invitation?
Well, forgive me for being the
anyway.
nice one.
Yeah, too nice.
Too
Okay,
nice.
Ahwan. So I just wanted to bring up Paul again. The interesting thing about this is when we talk about the Paul's letters, there's not just one author for all of those letters. And I was listening to James Tabor, and he was saying that there's up to four different authors for those letters that we have. And yes, for some of them, it's almost as if they know the person, but in other cases, it's a completely different person that we're talking about. Plus, when you read his letters and when you look at the character of this individual, what do you find? Right? You find someone who has deep grievances with the Jerusalem church, right? We find someone who's definitely not talking nicely about the people in the Jerusalem church, right? That those people and almost treating them as enemies, right? And then you read the sort of the Luke's account of the Acts of the Apostle, the Jerusalem meeting, the first council, right? And it's all lovey-dovey. Everybody is so happy. They're coming out and saying, "Oh, you just do this, and everything would be fine." It just doesn't ring right, right? It's almost as if that account was made up to sort of portray uh, uh, an image of the early church where there was consensus between two competing parties, because we can see from Paul's letter that they're basically the idea that what Paul is doing is not sitting well with the church in Jerusalem, and they're trying to make sure when they're meeting, that meeting wouldn't have gone nicely. Even the undertones within that meeting, as it is written down in the toned down version, is very clear. There was some sort of a disagreement, but apparently the disagreement was overcome. What happened in the council, the details of it are not necessarily discussed as well. But it does appear that how it would have gone would have been drastically different from the Acts of the from what's written in Acts. There would have been fireworks. James would have been going after Paul, saying, calling him a heretic, telling him not to do what he's doing, maybe even sending his people after him to make sure that anything that Paul is saying has been neutralized, has been the people behind him have been confirmed that what Paul is doing is not right. Okay, that seems to be more likely what happened from when you read the letters of Paul, and it's a completely different history from what's written in the Acts of the Apostle. That's how I think it went.
Well, it certainly does. It certainly does track. It does follow, in a way.
You know what? I stand by what I said earlier. It wasn't my fault, but okay. So even when we're talking,
Right.
even even when talking about Paul, I mean, I really, and this is in all seriousness, I really do wish that we can actually have a conversation where we have a Christian who took off the Christian lens, because when you read the uh, when you, especially with Acts, because it's it's the simple fact that when they say it's Acts of the Apostles, first of all, when the the majority of who is talking about is Paul. I mean, it's not only do we know more about Paul than we barely even know Matthias. Like, besides, what else do we know about Matthias outside of Acts 1? Like, the one who replaced Judas. What do we know about him? What did he do? Nothing. We don't.
There's
We don't
Not
nothing.
really know them,
much. No.
literally.
Yeah.
So, and even with Peter, the Rock, apparently, if he was the Rock, why do we know more about Paul? And this is in the book of Acts, by the way. And of course, one way begs the question: oh, who wrote Acts? This guy named Luke. Who's Luke? Someone who followed Paul. Go figure. It's those not gonna try to make this word again logic. It's those questions out there that they don't really understand. And as much as I want to say that the Jews do agree as far as that, but honestly, I a lot of the blame actually goes to the Jews because of what they did. Because over time, and Faisal, we continuously talk about this. They made their religion a nationalistic religion, and it bounced off of that. They made the one religion of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. They made it. They kept it to themselves. They weren't really concerned with being that example. And it goes to the point where when you put nationalism through it, what do you start doing? You start saying, "Oh, it's all about us." And then how can we be surprised that something bounced off of that to the point where they go towards the other extreme? Because on one hand, you have one side that raises humans to the level of God. How can we be surprised when on the other extreme there's someone who raises God, who lowers God to the point of man? So it's something that again, I don't blame the Greeks. I don't really blame the Christians that much, to be honest with you. I really just it goes to the root of the cause. What's the root of the cause? Let's be honest. It's what the Jews did. Because if you remove the racism aspect of it, the way how they rewrote the scripture, there's no way someone like Paul could have read those things and believed that to be true. So we got to go to the root of the cause. And the root of the cause, honestly, it goes back to what we're talking about with our whole Tanakh Tanakh dissector streams on the first of every month. It's the corruption of the Old Testament or the Tanakh. That's what caused. I would say that's the root of the cause of everything.
Yeah, yeah, it is, or at least part of it.
And again, I was in the right.
You have to blame the Greek system. Yeah. Yes, of course. Cake.
All right, brother Athar, what's happening nowadays? What are you guys up to?
Currently, I am not streaming these days because of exams. I'm, occupied.
Okay.
But
Is it the
yeah,
same thing with brother Basarat as well? Because I haven't seen him for a while.
no, no, no. I guess he must be busy somewhere. But yeah, he's active. All other
Okay.
members are active, and we are doing what we do.
I had a
Alhamdulillah.
conversation on him with a stream. He had a stream 2 days ago. Brother
Okay,
Basalit.
mashallah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, guys, please pray for Mufti Asim Wajdi's father. He just went for a surgery, and Alhamdulillah, the surgery was successful. Open heart, but he needs prayers.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, may
Inshallah.
Allah give him shifa. Ameen.
Ameen, ya Rabbal Alameen.
I'm not surprised. Honestly, I don't know if anybody watched the much of the arena, but like I said before, we got Sister Dija there. Today it was another heavyweight set, Brother Sadat, Sister Dija, and of course we got Brother Zakir. I don't know. I missed some people. I know I missed Frank, which I'm pretty sure I kind of can tell what happened at the end, but let's not go that again. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm not even gonna go there.
No, not even going to talk
What-
about Frank at all.
Honest to God,
At all.
you know what I miss? I miss the fact that there is not even a single Christian out there that you can say, you know what? That actually was genuinely a good question. There's so few people, like the contentions that they come up with are such nonsensical and idiotic. Case in point, this clown in the chat, right? Then look at Frank. Look at Hindsight. All of these clowns, like, what the heck have they been smoking? Look, they honestly, like, it gets to a point. It gets ridiculous.
Fawad, are you chatting with Othangelo in the chat? Were you
Oh
going
no,
on
I'm,
with
I'm big, no, no, I'm
see?
done with that. I'm
Fawad?
done with that.
Fawad,
Wasn't me? You see?
Fawad winding himself up now. He's like,
No, Honestly, like I sometimes think to myself, and I say this to my wife all the time. I'm like, I don't understand. Like I really like one day, like I wish this was possible. I really want to understand if there was like a piece of equipment. I really want to understand things from their perspective, right? Because
No, no,
I'm
just
the
look
type
at.
of person.
Don't demean their intellectual capacity or capability, Fawad bhai. Their biggest comeback is, but Aisha was six.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. But see, the thing is, like, I really want to understand because I'm the type of person. I'm a very logical person. Like for me, if Islam did not have rationality behind it, I would have a very difficult time trying to justify it to myself. I may have been a like how who was it Richard Dawkins that said to them, cultural Muslim. I would have been a cultural Muslim at best, but alhamdulillah, like the reason why I personally love Islam so much and my faith is so strong, alhamdulillah, in Islam is because of the rationality aspect. Some people, they're more about faith. For them, the rationality aspect would not resonate with them that much. For me personally, if something doesn't make sense, like I have to find the answers. I cannot go to bed. I have that OCD type of personality. I'm like, no, I need answers. I need answers, especially if my
Yeah.
faith is dependent on it. You know, I don't know
And
about you guys.
Alhamdulillah, Islam is the only faith that can give both, right? Islam is the only faith that can actually give you both. It's
Exactly.
you can be a Muslim through faith in of itself, right? Or you can, if you want to, and it's even the prophetic ways, like Ibrahim alayhi salam, he asked for proof, even though he's the prophet. He wanted to see and he wanted to increase his iman, right? Uh, Allah keeps telling us over and over in the Quran, do you not ponder, do you not think, do you not wonder about these things that are his signs, right? In those signs, when you do ponder over this, right, when you read the Quran, when you look at the verses, when you look at what's saying, and when you realize that this is what Allah means, or this is how the world works, and Allah is talking about it in the Quran, right? That's when it becomes so much more, even more amazing. Your iman increases, mashallah, right?
There is an
But
interesting point here as well. That whenever Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says that ponder over and think, He always
yeah,
uses ya ayyuhan nas. He never
yeah,
uses oh literate people or oh
believers
learned people. Yeah,
or
or oh
believers,
believers.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Because
not talking to, yeah, he's not talking to just the Muslims. Yeah,
and there
you're
is
so right.
one more thing, one more point to be to note here, that whenever Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says He gives general statement that think. This means that Allah knows that there is a you know a basic intellect which every human being has. Every sane human being, obviously not an insane person, but every sane human being should have a basic intellect, and he or she has that, but they don't use it. That God cannot be three; it has to be one. He has to be infinite. He has to be unlimited, separate from his creation. But they don't use it.
Yeah, or the intellect is there, but the fitra is clouded. That's what happens with most, because you see these people, like this guy William Lane Craig. I mean, you're the one who's championing the idea of monotheism,
Man,
right?
I
And
was
you're
so
going
embarrassed when he used
going
that
around,
three-headed dog example, man.
yeah, and you're going around the world debating with these atheists, but then when it comes to your own beliefs, you cannot even make sense of the idea of monotheism from your beliefs. Christianity is not a monotheistic faith. It's unfortunate. It's not a monotheistic faith. There are three gods in Christianity. So how are you claiming to be a monotheist yet not be a monotheist at the same time? It's really embarrassing when it comes down to it.
Wallahi, the storm would have been inside my head, knowing the type of person I am. If I were a Christian, ahi, like literally, the storm that would have been inside my head, trying to justify, the verses that they have, where Jesus is clearly praying to somebody else. Like subhanallah. Like I don't know how these people they could have bed at night.
Yeah, interestingly enough, some of the leading scientists, like for example, Newton.
Do you want to open
There,
up Quran 675?
675.
I think all Hindus should study these verses, these 3 or 4 verses properly. I think it's gonna be a fantastic demonstration of how to use their rationale and logic. Even the Christians should do that as well.
It says we also showed Abraham the wonders of the heavens and the earth, so he would be sure in faith. That one?
Yeah, that's correct.
675.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
like
you can bring it up.
Okay, sure. Like we need to learn how to give dawah from the Quran itself, like the way the prophets did it. That's the example right in front of us, like how
Yes,
to
it's amazing. The way
yeah.
he actually, did his observation, first conclusion, observation, another conclusion, observation, another conclusion, then final conclusion.
So what did you want to point out in this
Yeah,
verse?
just the next
Go
verse.
through the
Just go verse by
continue
verse.
this.
Oh,
About continue this because this is
okay.
This is sort of a monologue, so to speaking.
Oh, give me that other website. What is the other website where we can see it without Arabic?
Clear
Brother
Quran.
Ridwan.
The Clear
Is it
Quran.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'll bring that up. That will be much better. So it's chapter 6. Chapter 6. Okay.
I think you can hide the Arabic as well if you go to.
You can?
Yeah, let me see if. Can you
Because
do that?
the reading will be faster. Here, in the meantime, let me bring up the other one, and
Yeah,
then we
just
can
bring up the
figure
other
this out. Yeah. So. And Yohanan or whatever your name is, feel free to step on stage. Guys, don't indulge him. Don't answer his questions on the chat. Okay. 75. Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to start from 75, right? Brother Ridwan?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, from 75.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Go ahead, Ahi. You can read yourself.
Okay, so thus we showed Abraham the empire of the heavens and the earth, that he might be the one. He might be one of those with certainty. When the night fell over him, he saw a planet. He said, "This is my Lord." But when it set, he said, "I do not love those that set." Then, when he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my Lord." But when it set, he said, "If my Lord does not guide me, I will be one of erring people." Then, when he saw the sun rising, he said, "This is my Lord." This is bigger. But when it set, he said, "O my people, I'm innocent of your idolatry." You can see how that is fantastic. So he did his observation, conclusion, observation, conclusion, and the final conclusion.
Yeah,
So I think this
subhanallah, like
verse here is just an excellent way to give dawah.
absolutely. I totally agree. Like what blew my mind was, look, with all of the philosophical arguments that sometimes we present, right? If you actually look at it, the Quran says the exact same thing. If you want to look at the contingency argument, the Quran gives you the contingency argument. It's just worded different. It gives you the kalam cosmological argument. It might be worded a little bit different, right? Then how to give dawah to the idolaters like Hindus and whatnot. Then how to give dawah to the Jews. Then how to give dawah to the Christians. right? The fact that it points out, that Jesus, peace upon him, and his mother ate, right? The fact that it points out to you that that he was that if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted, he could have destroyed both him and his mother, right? So subhanallah, the fact that points out to you that it was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that saved him.
Yeah, that Allah would. That how could Allah have a son if he didn't have a wife?
Exactly.
Things like that. These are such simple statements that
the
anyone can understand.
polemics in the Quran is like top notch, man. Like if you really pay attention, if you examine, it's like subhanallah.
Do you want to let this guy in? Oh.
Who's that?
This guy keeps jumping on the stage. In the back.
Oh, this guy. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? All right, we'll let him in.
Oh, brother DeAndre.
Not DeAndre, it's Ali.
DeAndre, who doesn't want DeAndre up here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, brother.
You know what?
I love him unless he doesn't start, talking about history.
One
You know
of
what?
the verses that's
exactly.
Sorry. Go ahead, Akhi.
History, you guys are missing out, man, because personally, once you understand history, I think once you understand the past, the present makes so much sense. So you guys are missing out. That's all I'm going to say. And wait, Brother Tar, you know history. What are you talking about? You love learning about history yourself.
Yeah, exactly, but
Okay,
not when I just woke up from the sleep and I'll go again.
He doesn't want to go back.
Yeah. What I was gonna say. I mean, I like reading up on history as well. That doesn't mean I like it all the time.
You know what?
No,
I told the brothers.
There's a universal
Sorry,
truth. Sorry, but yeah, there's a universal truth that a person, anyone, will love reading about history until and unless he reads himself. But when someone else starts, lectures, it feels boring, and I don't know why. I guess it's just with everyone.
It's just
So what I'm hearing is you guys actually don't hate history just when it's coming from me.
Exactly.
Wow, Ali, I didn't think you'd get it, man. Nice, I like it. You get it.
You know what, guys?
Honestly, Ali, nobody here said that. You just implied that. Whatever you want to think.
I'm saying it too. I'm saying exactly that.
The sad thing about me is, believe it or not, that actually makes me feel happy because now I can be informative and petty at the same time. Now I got more motivation.
This is the sign of a true history teacher, that they make you go to sleep. Ali, you've got the achievement.
Hey, Juan, I gotta go have dinner, but just before that, like when we were talking about polemics, right? So, and this is going to be an interesting one. I was going to wait for us to bring this up for our next episode with Brother Yemeni on the Tanakh dissected, right? But we can discuss it because, like, that's like basically Tanakh, more focus on Tanakh anyway, right? We're not supposed to be like talking about the Quran. We do give references because at the end of the day, it is about dawah. But this is something that I really wanted to point out to you guys. So the Jews and Christians are addressed over here. We're talking about the polemics, right? Now I want you guys to pay attention to what it is saying over there. So give it a second and read this so we can talk about this, especially everybody in the chat, but especially people on the panel, because I really want to address something very important in here. So you see, it says the Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of God and his beloved, right? So who says that's? Obviously the
Jews and the Christians, yeah.
Well, both Jews and the Christians, they say that, right?
Yeah.
Say, so then it says, say, why then does he punish? So why does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala punish you for your sins? In fact, you're humans from among those he created. He forgives whom he wills, and he punishes whom he wills. To God belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and what lies between them, and to him is a return. Right? So what do you understand from this? Like, I want to know the opinion of everybody here on the panel.
It's a very nuanced statement here when the idea that the punishment for sins, right, that a lot of times when it comes to the relationship between a father and a son or a mother and a son, right, you're going to overlook the sins. You wouldn't care about the sins of your children, and you would just either ignore them, forgive them, whatever you want to put. You wouldn't enact justice at all.
All right.
Right?
So, yeah, go ahead, Akhi. Sorry.
Because love is not about justice. Love does not bring forth justice. Love is about ignoring justice, and most of the time with love, you're not being just at all.
But think of it from the perspective, because this is a polemics against there's a polemic against the Christians and the Jews. So what do the Jews believe about salvation? Think about that.
That they are chosen. That they are chosen.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right? That and that they inherit salvation because they're from the descendancy of Abraham, peace be upon him. Right? Again,
more specifically, Isaac alayhi salam.
Yeah, Isaac, peace be upon him, right? So, yes. And what do the Christians believe in contrast about salvation?
They have that concept of love.
Death and resurrection.
Exactly.
The death and resurrection
the original sin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now, if you really think about it, on surface, it actually seems that, it just talks about, the negation of them being the children of God, right? But if you really pay attention, there's a very nuanced, subtle type of allusion to their own respective idea of salvation, and it negates that. So what do the Jews believe? The Jews believe that they're the quote-unquote chosen ones, right? So then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala here, it says that why is it that then you still face punishment? If you think that because of your bloodline, you're saved, why is it that you still face punishment and you were in exile in the past? Right? Even though you're chosen, but you were punished, and you were punished more than any other race out there throughout the history, right? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala turns to the Christians, right? In the same verse, and says, because the Christians, they believe that they have been saved because of the death and resurrection of Jesus, right? So then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala questions the Christians there. Why is it that they're still facing suffering, such as the women laboring in childbirth, etc., that's mentioned in Genesis that we will be talking about, right? And her being submissive to her man, right? And that's what they were talking about, I think, on Hamza's Den today as well, right? That how women, they're submissive to men. So according to Genesis, according to the Christian theology, this is because the woman was deceived by the serpent, right? And the men toiling on earth, it is because of that original sin. So if Jesus' crucifixion absolved them from all that, absolved the human race from the sins, why is it that we're still suffering? Why is it that women are still suffering? Why is it that men still have to toil?
Yeah, why do the women still get the pain of childbirth and men still get? Because that should have gone away if what they claim is truth. Okay, that's actually a very deep point. Good point, Fawad.
Yeah. But you guys go ahead, inshallah. I'll be right back. I'll have my dinner. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna piggyback off what Fawad is saying, and it's one thing to know, guys, that when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala mentions about the Jews and the Christians, He never talks. One thing to know, and I think people know this already, because He never talks about the Jews as nothing more than a race. Because after the verse that comes to my head, I've when we're talking about this topic is where Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, I believe it's Surah Ma'idah, where He tells Jews and Christians to not. It's either Surah Ma'idah, Surah Nisa, where He tells Jews and Christians to not go into extremes. Jews, Christians, do not go to extremes regarding your religion. The Messiah, Jesus, Son of Mary, was but a messenger and
Nisa.
a. So what?
It's Surah Nisa, verse 171.
Yes, that's something. So right then and there, even because I know the verse is there's a whole other half to that verse as well, but in just that one sentence alone, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala completely destroys Judaism and Christianity within one sentence. By what? By telling them forcibly, He tells them not to go to extremes, and which goes to show you about how much the extremity of it is. But when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says Isa, the, the son of Mary, was but a messenger. On one hand, he's saying that one was but a messenger and the Messiah. On one hand, he's affirming, yes, he is the Messiah. Like that is the case. He is the Messiah. So you Jews who don't believe he's the Messiah, you're on falsehood. And then he's saying he's but a messenger. That's for the Christians. So the entire time of the way how he strategically just attacks both of them, and then on top of that, what I said earlier about how he refers to the Jews as not necessarily a religion, but more as a people. When it talks, I forgot what verse this is. I'm gonna have to look it up later on, but I did forget the verse though. So within that context alone, when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is talking about the people of the book, he's talking about them. On one hand, he's saying that I did I did give them scripture. Unfortunately, though, they've taken that and they ran with it. And when we talk about two different extremes, remember, one group of people is they're so far away from it, they're not really even concerned with Deen at all. Meaning, one meaning the Jews, they don't necessarily talk about the religious aspects of it. Every time you get into a conversation with Jews, what's one thing they talk about? They talk about them as a people, the nationalistic aspects of it, the physical aspects of it. That's why even when you look in their book, and I mentioned, it seems like we keep mentioning a lot of things that is very, very related to the topic. But when we look at the Old Testament, when we're dissecting it, we barely get a concept of the afterlife because I remember it was me and all of us with Brother Yemeni were mentioning about how there's barely even a mention about the concept of the afterlife, heaven, hellfire, even though the words are used, Gehenna, and, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't really hear much of that at all. That's how far away the Jews have been removed from this idea of what the truth is. That's one extreme to the point where they don't really regard or place much value in the afterlife as much. And then you have the other side, the Christians, who place too much value in it to the point where they've deified God. They've deified a man. So that verse alone with what is talking about, how I link that up with the one in Surah Nisa, it goes hand in hand about how these people who both consider themselves children of God, they both went astray in such different ways, but at the same time, it leads to the same results. Two extremes can lead to the same results, and that's one thing that popped into my head as you guys were going through it.
By the way, Faisal or Ali, if you guys can bring up chapter 6, is it 62? Surah Al-Jumu'ah. Which one is that? Um, I think it's
Verse
verse
5.
5 or 6.
Yeah, 5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
So Almighty Allah, I think it's like about 3 verses where Almighty Allah threatened them that okay, if you think you're the children of
exactly.
God, wish for death, hang
Yes.
yourself.
Yep. There you go. So
And when you know something about them is they are very scared of death.
absolutely.
This one, the example of those who were entrusted with observing the Torah
No,
but
I
failed.
think it's the next verse.
No, it's okay. Let him start from there.
Yeah. Start from
Okay.
here. Yeah, absolutely.
The example of those who were entrusted with observing the Torah but failed to do so is that of a donkey carrying books. How evil is the example of those who reject Allah's signs, for Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people. Say, O Prophet, O Jews, if you claim to be Allah's chosen people, out of all humanity, then wish for death, if what you say is true. But they will never wish for that because of what their hands have done. And Allah has perfect knowledge of the wrongdoers. What a clear warning.
Yeah.
Say, the death you are running away from will inevitably come to you. Then you will be returned to the knower of the seen and unseen. And he will inform you of what you used to do. I think that's, yeah. I was with that.
Because there are so many other verses throughout the Quran, right, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses their claim, right, that they are the chosen people. And so finally, it just comes like a boom, you know? Like if what you claim is true, just wish for death so you can go straight to paradise and be free from all this, worldly suffering and troubles, and this like if you actually read the Asbab al-Nuzul, I think I was reading this a while back, just like when Ali was actually talking about this, it reminded me of this verse. And this, I think, was revealed. If you can, like, if any of the brothers can check, because I'm sort of like away from the computer, but if you guys can check the Asbab al-Nuzul, but I think it was revealed during Medina because it was a polemic against the Jews because they kept saying that they were the chosen people.
You know what I mean? Typically, if it alludes to the people of the book, Al
Yeah.
Kitab is typically Madani.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So, but I'm saying that the exact occasion when this was revealed. Right. And I believe that the occasion was when they kept boasting about being the chosen ones.
Surah Al-Jumu'ah was revealed in Medina, if I'm not mistaken. It was revealed in Medina because it was
that's what I said. It is revealed in Medina. Yeah.
Because the context to the revelation of that chapter was, previously the khutbah of the Jummah used to be after the 2 rakat. So what had happened was Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he had actually observed the 2 rakat with the people. Then when he started with the sermon on Friday, then the trucks or the merchandises arrived from Yemen or Syria or whatever. So everybody left him preaching and they went to the market to get their goods. Then the chapter was reviewed, and of course the order was changed. So now the khutbah now is before the 2 rakah of Jummah. So that was the context behind the revelation of that chapter in general.
But this particular verse, don't you
Hey,
think it was
brothers.
revealed? Yes, Ahi.
Sorry about that. I do have to step away for a little bit. I will see you back, inshallah. Sama.
Sure.
Walaikum salam.
So, but anyways, like, because I thought that this particular verse was revealed as like a polemic against the Jews because they kept boasting that they were the chosen people, but they kept doing that throughout. That wouldn't have been the first occasion.
They're still doing that, Fawad.
Till this day, exactly.
I mean,
but I mean, in
the
context
most
of the
delusional
Quran,
people of throughout history for 1400 years, they've lived among Muslims. They've seen the truth. They've changed their religion to align with the truth, but they've not accepted the truth. I mean, Allah
chosen murderers
knows.
of God, I call them.
Yeah, Allah only knows what's going on with them. By the way, Brother Basarat is in the chat.
Brother Salat, feel free
to jump on. So he once recited this verse in a Pakistani church during a discussion, and they all got disappointed because he called chosen people donkeys because that's in
I
the
like
verse,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Uh, so kudos for the brother to actually bring it up during the debate in the church itself.
But
Yeah.
you see, like Ali was saying, the Old Testament it barely has any mention of the afterlife, right? And when the Jewish rabbis they discuss religion, they often don't discuss or they don't focus on it at all. Whenever it is asked of them, they don't give you a very straightforward answer. Did you guys ever notice this?
Yeah, but the Jewish rabbis, like most of the time, they just talk around the topic. They don't give straight answers most of the time.
Straightforward answer. Yeah. But pertaining to this particular issue, when you ask them, you know,
Yeah.
you know why that is? That's because they actually, for diplomatic reasons, I think, right? Because they cannot tell you that they like at least the Talmud actually says some horrific things about the Gentiles, of course, right? And not all Jews they agree on the matter of afterlife. That's another reason. So you will get like different answers, just like how you would get different answers from the Christians about Trinity. That's the same thing with
I
the
was
Jews when it
I
comes to
was surprised when I heard they believe in reincarnation, man. I was shocked.
reincarnation. What sense? You mean the Jews?
Like
Reincarnation. They
the
believe in reincarnation in some
like
sense.
the Hindus,
So
right?
what sense do they believe the reincarnation in? What do
There
you mean?
is one sect. There's one sect of the Jews. It's a minority sect. Uh, their belief system basically entails that they would be given a second or more than a second lifetime as Jews on Earth if they are not satisfied with what they have achieved in terms of spirituality and religion.
Oh, that must be a very
It's
obscure
it's a
kind of.
very it's a
Yeah.
it's a very fringe sect within Judaism. Yeah, not too
Yeah.
many of them. Very few.
Because most of them they don't have the concept of afterlife, right? Others think that the Gentiles, that when Gentiles die, it will only be the Jews left, right? Which they sort of consider "quote unquote" paradise on earth, you know? while others they believe that the afterlife is reserved for Jews only, you know. So the belief that Gentiles can attain paradise by following the Noahide laws, was developed in the rabbinic Judaism, sort of like later in the Talmudic period. That was like around the 3rd and 6th century. Before that, you don't really find anything from them because their written scriptures don't have anything, So they could claim, oh, it's always been around, but you don't actually see any uh, reasons to believe. Um, they just sort of like, they would beg the question that you have to believe in it because it's been around, but actually it doesn't. That's why it's such varying, like what you guys just told me. Like I did not know this. This is a new sect. They believe in totally something different.
Like I said, they're French. They're very French. Yeah.
For what have you finished eating?
No, I'm actually, making something myself real quick here.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. I'm gonna check if there's something that we can review. My last couple of weeks, I've been looking at historical videos, especially about Namrud and uh, Ramses too. Now, there's
I'll be back in
so.
this. Assalamu alaikum. I'll be back in a
Walaikum
bit.
salam wa rahmatullah. Yeah, yeah.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So
Walaikum assalam.
one of the interesting things that I actually noticed is when going through Ramses's history was how much of an how big of an ego this guy had, right? and it sort of translated into everything that he did throughout his reign. So uh, the idea that someone like him would allow for the history of his greatest defeat to be documented, when he would how many of you know of the if Ali was here, definitely he would, but the war that the Hittites and the uh, Egyptians fought, right, during his reign, during Ramses's reign.
To be honest, not much. It was, I read bits of it a long time ago, and even like that's like way long ago, so I can't recall much, to be honest.
So the Hittite Empire was the empire that covered um, modern day Turkey, Syria, the region of Palestine, and sort of bordered with the Egyptian Empire and the up and coming the Mesopotamian slash the Assyrian Empire, right? The empires that were in the Levant region, uh,
Yeah.
the between the two rivers. Okay, so Ramses wanted to invade and conquer the lands that were currently under Hittite rule, and what happened was they fought this war for which was I'm forgetting the name of the war. Let me actually look it up. The war itself was the largest war of the time that was fought on chariots, and it ended up with no side with a clear winner. But when Ramses II came back, he basically claimed victory in that war. Uh, yeah, Battle of Kadesh. That's what it was called. So he claimed victory in that war, and all over his kingdom, he put up these monuments of his victory against the Hittites. And basically, those monuments conclude that this guy, not only did he defeat them, but he was so generous that he allowed them to retain their empire. And he basically entered into a treaty with them that they will face a common enemy and so on. Right. Now, this is the ego of this individual. This is the guy who's putting up giant monuments throughout Egypt of himself, his wife, uh, and basically portraying himself as a larger than life figure. This is the guy uh, a lot of people historically believe was the one who um, raised Prophet Musa alayhi salam, right?
Hmm.
And from a Muslim perspective, when we're looking at the historical piece, right, that he's the one who raised Musa alayhi salam, and then he's the one who Musa alayhi salam faced, and his downfall came because of Musa alayhi salam, because he died in the in the Red Sea when the sea parted and he tried to go after them. Now, what the Christians and Jews believe in, and a lot of people basically bring up the idea, is that it's it was the father of Ramses who raised
Yes.
Musa alayhi salam up, right?
Yes,
And
yes, they believe Seti raised Musa alayhi salam and that Ramesses was his adoptive
and
brother.
Ramses
Yes.
was the one who, yes, exactly. That Musa alayhi salam, when he got adopted, Ramses was the one who was his brother. Now, the reason why this becomes so difficult to defend from a Christian perspective or from a historical perspective, this idea, is because the this individual, first of all, his greatest achievements were during the later part of his life, right? that's when all of those giant monuments and everything like that would have been put up. A person who would have faced such a defeat from the son of a slave woman would not have been able to do that. This would have completely crippled the mindset of a king whose ego could not handle this type of thing. Right? These type of people who have such big egos, they're also very frail inside because uh, a kind of setback that we're talking about with being defeated so convincingly by the slave a slave woman's son would have just destroyed this individual, right? And the
Hmm.
achievements that we see today would not have happened, right? So it goes against the psychological profile that you can build for this individual, right?
Hmm.
Plus the idea that uh, all of these monuments and everything else that was happening, right? Uh, he was unable to uh, speak something to dishonor the whole slaves that were able to escape from him, to basically talk something to counter the argument, right? To basically have something written down to counter the argument didn't happen. And that most likely was because he was no longer alive, right? Otherwise, he would have said something that would have put down or turned that defeat into a victory. Now, because now it's
Hmm.
his son was there, they decided to just leave that matter completely. Uh, so, to me, it just makes more sense that Ramses most likely was the right person because he was the greatest of the pharaohs. One, if not the greatest, then one of the greatest pharaoh of Egypt. Right, conquered a lot of lands and basically built a lot of monuments. So from all sort of these type of points, it does make a lot of sense that he was one of the greatest pharaohs, and Allah chose him as the opponent for a prophet. Uh, and Musa alayhi salam defeated him, right? Sometimes we actually forget uh, how big the enemies of each of the prophets were, right? And we sort of forget about that because um, those people in our history, those people have been defeated and just they no longer matter. But Allah basically shows it to us that no matter how great they may be, Allah is greater, right? And that's what we see through history.
No doubt.
By
It
the way,
should be noted.
go ahead.
So, sorry, you were saying? Yeah. The thing is, it should be noted that when they say that Seti was his, that Seti was the father of Ramesses, they first have to then sort of establish, well, if Seti was the father of Ramesses, then which Seti are you talking about? Because Seti the first, according to historical records, existed, lived long before Ramesses the second, or as some would call him, Ramesses the Great. And his son Ramesses the third comes afterwards, and the monuments and everything, it just disappears. It's only Ramesses the second whose monuments can be found outside of Egypt, not Ramesses the third. So this entire narrative that they have, it falls apart on this one thing alone, that um, the timeline doesn't match up.
Yeah, the timeline definitely doesn't match up. And even if you're taking Seti the second and then uh, Ramses second in right, it just doesn't uh, like the profile doesn't add up, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the whole idea, and especially in the Quran, right? The Quran is very clear that it's the same Pharaoh. When Musa alayhi salam
Hmm.
comes back, the Pharaoh is basically trying to chastise Musa alayhi salam that you killed a person and we raised you up, and all of these type of things, the accusations that were coming out, right? Those sort of were from how an elder would try to chastise a child. You're coming here to lecture me about who God is and what this is and what that is. That type of conversation, right? Uh, and it's just interesting. I sometimes try to think about what this would have looked like. Musa alayhi salam going in through the gates of the city, going into the palace, everyone knowing that this person had killed uh, an Egyptian, right? It's like today, right? The guy who killed the um, sort of the ambassador of the United States goes into the United States, walks all the way up to the White House, and stands there and talks to and chastises the president of the United States. Right, that's the kind of image that would be an equivalent, right? And it's just becomes that much more telling when you think about the event from what it's actually representing. It's just amazing, and the imagery in the Quran is unbelievable. Right? I do like it. Uh, One of the things I would say here is that Brother Numan Ali Khan, he has he's actually brought out the imagery for a lot of English speaking audiences, and even for Urdu speaking audiences. He also does this for in Urdu as well, which really helps people to connect with Islam. I would say um, whatever other issues people might have with him, right? That aside, this idea of him trying to go into the stories of the Quran and explain them in depth, it's uh, there's really something that he's done which we should appreciate.
Yeah. Yeah. May Allah grant him pardon.
All right. Do you have a recommendation for a video or something?
To be quite honest, I was thinking, I was looking it up, and I can't really. I don't know. I really can't tell if anything's relevant enough or not. Um, but I mean, I would actually like to point out one thing. We were discussing Surah Juma, right?
Yes.
And it just came to my head. Um, One part of Surah Juma was revealed, of course, as Brother Fawad, correctly mentioned, in after his arrival, immediately after his arrival in Medina. I think it was the fifth day after his arrival, and the Friday prayers in the congregation. Um, However, the other section of Surah Juma was revealed uh, at the at either the battle or the conquest of Khaybar, which it sort of points out to me that this is more of a rebuke towards the Jews than it is to the Christians, because on both occasions it's referencing the Yahud. मतलब يعني it's on the occasions where the Yahud are the people who are present, and they're basically the in a sense they're the target of this
They're the one being
criticism.
criticized. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It does go to the Christians indirectly. Certainly, yes, it does. But it is more directly pointed towards Bani Israel. And I think this is also something to be mentioned that I said that the relevant ancestor is Isaac alayhi salam. But if we think about it, the most relevant ancestor in this scenario is Yaqub alayhi salam, because he was the one whose other name was Israel.
Yes, we do have brother Latif in the back. Okay, I've seen you. Do you want to keep the camera on or turn it off? Okay, I'll bring you up. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. How are you doing?
Walaikum assalam. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
I saw you guys were talking about history, so I thought like maybe it'd be good to like something would be interesting to talk about like how history compares to hadith. Like
Which
let's
one, for example? Is there anything specific?
like how would something like Alexander they call the Great or whatever, how would he compare on a hadith scale or like all these historical figures like
Are you saying in an analogous sense, or are you saying referenced out of the ahadith?
no outside of the hadith I'm saying like if we put the same scrutiny or similar scrutiny how strong would these reports come out?
Well, to
Oh,
be
that's what
honest,
you
it's
mean.
okay in comparison.
So
I
here's the thing.
it,
Yeah, Hassan, I think something that we need to remember is that when we're talking about history, right? There's different uh, different grades of sources, right? There's the source of history which where we know who's writing, what their intent is, what their purpose is, right? And we can actually trace it back. For example, you have these official statements or official history of a nation being recorded by a court recorder, right? A lot of what do you call it? Kingdoms and nations had that before, right? And those histories are more reliable than probably something written by somebody who's anonymous, right? And just writing it down as of what they see. Now, not saying that one is more important than the other or how it is. It just comes down to the idea of what what you can tell is the perceived intent behind it, and you sort of judge history based on that. Because you could have two competing histories of two different nations, which are completely contradictory. One is saying that we won, and the other lost, and the other side says the same, right? So how do you make sense of that? Okay, so it comes down to uh, who's writing history, what's how reliable they are, what's their position, right? The Are there any competing statements, right? And then if there are competing statements, how do you analyze which is what? So that's always been there. Okay. What happens with hadith is the hadith sciences are a completely different thing. There's no comparison throughout history of what Muslims have been given uh, in in the sense of what the hadith sciences are. But we know something is true because the person telling us was truthful and they wouldn't lie to us, right? So, for example, if your grandfather tells you this is what happened to him when he was a child, right? You are more likely to trust that than if some random person gave you the same story, right, about your grandfather. Okay. The reason is because you trust your grandfather. Okay. And you know there's no reason for your grandfather to lie to you. You've known your grandfather to be honest through his life. He's not someone who boasts and so on and so forth, right? So that type of idea of taking what is common knowledge and understanding and turning that into a science, that's not happened throughout history. It's never happened ever, right? And for the Muslims to come up with that, it's not done through just uh, like it's not possible without divine help, right? The reason why I personally would trust the Hadith more is because of this idea that we had these people who had a tradition of speaking the truth, who would go out of the way to make sure that they're conveying the truth forward, who had their whole lives, they've never been known to lie. They've never put themselves in a situation where their character could be questioned, right? And then they bring forth and uh, the the works that they bring forth, right, are they're showing their skepticism within it and the effort that they put in to overcome the odds of all the lies that they came across. I mean, when you look at a lot of times we just talk about the 10,000 hadith in Muslim or 9,000 hadith in uh, Bukhari and so on. So right, but how many hadith did they go through before they actually boiled it down to those 10,000 or so hadith? And do you know how many there were?
Bukhari was like 600,000, right?
Yeah, 600,000 or so, right?
Uh,
So what's the percentage coming down to?
he came down
It's
to
less
like,
than 1%, right?
yeah.
Sorry, it's less than 5%, 2%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how thorough he was in scrutinizing this whole thing. And basically, the whole idea that they're trying to justify their methodology just because they can actually apply that to other places. Because this hadith methodology cannot be applied to any other nation, any other society, any other culture except for the Muslim culture. It's unique to the Muslims. You cannot do this to any other culture because no other culture had that level of emphasis on telling the truth, of being honest, of being trustworthy. There's never been a society like this before. So that's why even today these people, they're bamboozled when they start looking into this. They come to all the wrong conclusions, right? So that's how I see it.
So we were like the first ones to have this type of system.
The Muslims, yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Uh,
This didn't happen before the Muslims. Like, yes, there were some chains of transmissions that Jews claim, but I'm not sure if those are manufactured after their interaction with the Muslims or if they actually had anything before. I actually think it's the latter because we know these people lie.
uh, uh, did like any of the previous prophets had like type of the system for their sunnah?
This type of system where the hadith was being, or their sayings were being,
Or at least for the early believers before it got corrupted. I mean, did they have like some of their system like this?
no, nothing like that. At least we don't know about it. It's not mentioned in the Quran, so we wouldn't assume that something like this was being done. Plus, there was no need. Remember that up till the time of the Prophet ﷺ, right, Jibreel al-Islam, he was still coming down to earth. So if something wrong was going to happen, he was going to come forth and explain to the next prophet what the truth is. Right? So there was no need.
I mean, if you think of it like this, even if, and this is like a big if, even if a similar, not the same, but a similar tradition did exist with the Ahlul Kitab or wherever Allah Azza wa Jal sent a prophet at whatever time, we can be sure of one thing, that that tradition didn't last. I mean, look at the non-Muslims around us, whether it be Hindus, Jews, um, Christians. It's quite apparent. If I were to sum it up in
Does that make
like
sense, Brother Muhammad?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, do you have any other question?
Uh, no, I don't have any other questions.
All right. Well,
All right, assalamu alaikum. Hello.
all right. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, are you guys gonna review a Qadiani debate video?
No, that was just, that was man, that was in the private chat, man. Come on. All right. No, I was just thinking about it, that if that could be an option, but to be honest, I don't want to. At the same time, I don't want to give them more attention than they're worth. You know what I mean?
But I mean, I just wanted to do it for just for the LOLs, just for fun.
I see.
But if you
And
guys,
where did Brother Faisal go? Okay,
if you guys
Brother
really,
DeAndre, you with us, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Oh, Brother Faisal's back. All right.
Yeah.
all right,
Sorry about this.
I was just gonna
Yeah.
suggest you guys
Okay.
play it in Urdu. It's like
Well, there's people who don't understand Urdu in the chat, so it wouldn't really serve a purpose. To some people, it would be great, but for others who don't understand Urdu or who are weak in Urdu, it might, might not serve the best purpose.
there's a lot of Pakistanis
Although I
Sorry
agree.
about this.
in the chat.
There are, but our primary audience are English speaking. I came across this William Lane Craig versus Ben Shapiro. Obviously, two people who have at least one person with no understanding and the other person with some understanding of theology. Let's see what happens. Let's take a look.
Just a minute, Brother Faisal. Could you at least give me the opportunity to get my Panadol? It's Shapiro.
Yeah. A lot of BS.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Play it.
The
This is
arguments
good.
that we've
It'll
discussed
do my
already
tolerance.
narrow down the field of the world religions to basically the great monotheistic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, or perhaps deism. The question as to which of these is true, I think, stands or falls upon the person of Jesus of Nazareth. Who do you think Jesus of Nazareth was? Jesus claimed to be the decisive self-revelation of God. And I believe that we have good reasons to believe that those claims were true, and that therefore the God revealed by Jesus of Nazareth exists.
Okay, so let's get into that.
Okay.
So what is the proof that Jesus was who he says he is in the Gospels?
Well, first we need to establish who he thought he was. When you look at the religio-historical context of the life and ministry of Jesus, I think you can show that among the historically authentic words of Jesus were claims that he thought he was the Jewish Messiah, that he believed himself to be the Son of God in a unique sense that set him apart from Jewish kings and prophets. And finally, that he thought that he was the Son of Man predicted by the prophet Daniel, to whom God would give all dominion, power.
I forgot to write these down. The three statements that he made. Let me actually go back and play this because we got to take a look at this. Brother DeAndre, keep your ears open.
The unique Son of God, the Son of Man. Those are the two claims that I heard. I'm missing the third.
I'm gonna play that again.
Yeah.
That he thought he was the Jewish Messiah, that he believed himself to be the Son of God in a unique sense that set him apart from Jewish kings and prophets. And finally, that he thought that he was the Son of Man predicted by the prophet Daniel, to whom God would give all dominion, power, and authority. So he had this radical self-understanding of being Messiah, Son of God, and the Son of Man. And at the trial scene before the Sanhedrin in Mark 15, all three of these titles come to a head when the high priest asks him, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One, that is the Son of God?" And Jesus says, "I am." And then virtually quoting from Daniel, "And you will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven and seated at the right hand of the power." And at that point, the high priest rips his robes and says, "You have heard the blasphemy. What more witnesses do we need?" And Mark says they all condemned him as worthy of death. And that enabled them, since they didn't have the ability to carry out capital punishment, to deliver him over to the Roman authorities by slandering him as a pretender to be king of the Jews, and therefore a political figure who could be tried for treason and sedition and crucified.
So, from the Jewish perspective, this narrative has some holes in sort of Jewish philosophy. The narrative begins with the idea that Jesus appears in front of the Sanhedrin and then claims to be the Messiah. Well, there's nothing actual criminally in any of the tractates that say that if you declare yourself the Messiah, this is actually a punishable offense. Even there are many Jews, including Bar Kokhba, who have declared themselves messianic figures. The real gap here is that in the Gospels, Jesus' vision of himself as the Messiah is completely different from the prior vision of what the Jewish Messiah is, and is actually.
Yeah, Juan, do you want to just go over this very quickly? So, the idea that Jesus is the Messiah. So, from a Muslim perspective, we would agree with that. Definitely, Isa alayhis salam was the Messiah. He was the Masih, and he was chosen. He was anointed. And even from a Jewish perspective, I think he's saying it right. There were many Messiahs. There were many messianic figures. There's no question about that. That is not the issue that we have, right? Brother Hassan, Brother DeAndre, do you want to chip in? DeAndre, where are you?
I think
okay. Yeah, this is right in your alley. So we'll wait for you to speak as well. Okay, go ahead, Brother Hassan.
Yeah. So this idea of the Jewish understanding of the Messiah or Al-Masih, to be honest, when we talk about it, I think we sometimes overlook that there wasn't just one perspective of the Messiah. Because on one hand, what certain Jews believe is not identical, but similar in some sense to our belief. Yes, we would agree with that. But there are also Jews who believed that who believed that the Messiah was supposed to be a sort of a king, not a prophet of Allah. There were those Jews around at that time, and even today you'll find remnants of those of people of those people, because there are Jews to this day who do not think of al-Mashiach as someone who would come with revelation or with commandments from God. Their belief is that that al-Mashiach would come more as a king who will lead them into war and other things. They think the law they have is just that. That's it. Nothing further. Nothing further to be added or nothing to be subtracted. That's the way they look at it. So the Jewish understanding, when people talk about the Jewish understanding, they have to realize it's not just one Jewish understanding. There's two understandings, and they are not the same. Not really.
Yeah, and it's important to understand the other things, right? The it's it's the claim of being the Jewish Messiah plus all of these other things that is getting or that makes um, Jesus as important for Christians, right? The fact that
Yeah.
they claim that he's the Son of God, that he's the Son of Man, in addition to being the Messiah. So the Messiah, in of itself, is a simple title that does not mean all these other things, right? And as Muslims, as Jews, there wouldn't be a problem with this
Hmm.
specific claim itself. What the Christians understand this claim to mean is when they start inserting their Christology into a term that is primarily a Jewish term, right? And
Yeah.
they turn it into something which it's not supposed to be. That's where things get interesting. So I would say that uh, we sort of need to take this idea out of the picture that there's any issue with Jesus, peace be upon him, claiming to be a Messiah. Now let's look at the other two claims that William Lane Craig made, that he's the Son of Man, a unique Son of Man in certain way, that Jesus claims to be that. Now, this is a very hard claim to prove, that he's claiming to be a Son of Man or a unique Son of Man, right? With all of the underlying uh, hidden motives that are packaged into this idea by Christians. And that's the part where both Muslims and Jews would have disagreement. I think BS is gonna start talking about this. Right? Let's see if he brings this up as well.
Outside the scope
Yes. Very
of how Jews
appropriately
describe the
named, by
Messiah
the
or
way.
really have ever
Yeah, he is BS, right? This is total
Yeah.
BS.
Yeah.
described the Messiah. The
Yeah.
Messiah in Judaism has always been a political figure who is destined to do certain things, restoring the kingdom of Israel, maintaining control of that kingdom, bringing more Jews back to Israel. All of these things are considered sort of political things that the Messiah does. But the idea of the Messiah as embodiment of God is something that's foreign to Jewish religious philosophy going all the way back to the beginning. So even the idea that the Sanhedrin would be questioning him in those terms and would get from that what he means is, I am God, which would be a much more punishable offense, presumably that'd be actual blasphemy.
Yeah, so this is where
Assalamu
the
alaikum. Can you hear me
theater.
clearly?
Yeah, walaikum assalam. So
Walaikum
where
salam. Okay.
I'm going to let you speak on the Son of God claim, right?
Sure.
I don't know if you were hearing the whole
Yeah,
thing.
no, I was hearing. I was eating. I
Okay,
was offered
perfect.
quesadillas, so I couldn't refuse.
No, no worries. So the part here which gets interesting is where William Lane Craig brings up the idea of the trial of Jesus, peace be upon him, where he he's accused of being the Messiah. He accepts that he is the Messiah, and that for some reason, all of a sudden, makes the Jews conclude that the Messiah is the Son of God. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The Jews never had that understanding.
Yeah.
Right?
So
it's a very Christian concept that is being inserted in here. And I would like you to talk about the claim of the Son of God, if at all, that was made by.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. You can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Cool. Okay. So it's important to understand that when William Lane Craig says this thing, it's almost impossible to prove without an explicit statement. because he stated that that Christ claimed to be the Son of God, unique from other kings or prophets. Now he had to include that stipulation in there because if without that stipulation, a Jew who is familiar with the Tanakh or even a Muslim can show him instances in which kings and prophets are referred to by the title Son of God. Right? So he says, he said that, yeah, he said that he's saying that he's going to prove that Christ said that he is the Son of God in a unique sense from all of from the kings and prophets who were given that title. And that's very, very hard to prove. Because what you need to do to prove that is basically use an explicit statement from Christ. And none of the passages Christians fall back on, John chapter 10, verse 30, John chapter 8, verse 58, all of these passages, they don't prove that. And so there's many examples in the Old Testament of, people being called sons of God. Even in the New Testament, in Luke chapter 3, verse 38, it states Adam, alayhi salam, is the son of God. In Deuteronomy chapter number 14, verse 1, it says that those who obey the commands of God are sons of God. Right? And so that's kind of like, he kind of shot himself in the foot when he said that. He should have just said that Christ claimed divinity, and he would have had it would have been, difficult because context for those passages demolishes the argument that he claimed divinity, but it would have been better for him if he said that, because all in all, Son of God in a unique sense is very hard to prove. You need an explicit statement where Christ himself says, I'm the Son of God, but not like any other prophet. Otherwise, you can't prove that.
Does Christ make the claim, I am the Son of God, anywhere?
No.
Okay. Does Christ make the claim that I am God anywhere at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do others make the claim? Do others make the claim that Christ is the Son of God?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what is the reaction that he had to them?
Are you referring to a specific example, or?
Yeah, when somebody would have somebody claim that he's the Son of God, right? How did Jesus react to those statements? Because there are specific situations, right, where he was accused by Jews of being the Son of God, and I'm forgetting the passage, but you will probably remember where the Jews came to him and say that you claim to be the Son of God, that's why we stone you, right? That passage. Yeah.
Oh, you mean no? It's not Son of God. It's in John 10, where Christ says, "I am the Father of one," and the Jews say, "You are a mere man. You claim to be God. That's why we stone you."
Yes, exactly. Sorry. Yes,
okay, no
yes,
problem.
yes, right.
I was confused by that.
So no worries. But the implications in there is that when he's explaining it, he's saying, "I'm the mere Son of God. That's my claim, and your scripture says you're gods. Ye are gods," right?
Correct.
And he's basically saying the scripture calls you as gods, and I'm only claiming to be lesser than God, and you're stoning me for that, right? So his explanation sort of is in a roundabout way, he's affirming the idea of that of the Son of God, apparently, from that. That's how they claim, right?
But that's not necessarily
he would
true,
have definitely something to say on this.
Yeah. Oh, for
Well, we're hearing some BS.
BS.
Sorry, BS.
Yeah. All right.
You guys on?
So the three claims that William Lane Craig has here, right? The first was that Christ is the Jewish Messiah. That's why he is who the Christians claim he is. The second is that he claims to be the Son of God in a unique sense. And the third is that he's the Son of Man, according to Daniel, right? So that's why, according to him, Christianity is true. Okay. And we were just hearing the refutation where we would agree, unfortunately, we would agree with BS that the Jewish Messiah, we don't have a problem with Isa alayhi Islam being the Jewish Messiah. Right? Jews had many messiahs before, and that doesn't make it in any way, shape, or form something unique. Then the claim about the Son of God is what we were discussing. Now, what William Lane Craig brought up is that during his trial, he was accused of being the Messiah. He claimed to be the Messiah in his trial, and because of that, the Sanhedrin they accused him of blasphemy, right? That in some way that meant that he was claiming to be the Son of God. Just the mere fact that he claimed to be the Messiah. So that's essentially where we were.
But see,
All right.
that's the thing. We want to ask the Christians, and I would love to talk to a Christian about this, right? That what in Jesus' statements um did he actually, or where in Jesus' statements did he claim to be a unique Son of God, like any other
That's literally
figure
just what I
before him?
said. That's literally
Yeah.
just exactly what I just said.
Because you see, this is just a special case of I mean, it's a case of special pleading
Special
again and
pleading.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, special pleading. Look, I say this all the time, right? That the only way Christians, if they actually take off their Christian hats, because that would be an actual unbiased way of reading their texts, right? Imagine if I'm a first century Jew, right? A second temple Jew, and I'm waiting for the Messiah, a salvific figure, right, to arrive on the scene. Now, knowing what I know about the Tanakh, I would never assume that Jesus was the true Messiah, because he fails at every single thing that the
Yeah, he
Tanakh
certainly
says that
does.
the true Messiah will do, right?
Yeah,
Uniting
he
the
does.
people, right? Did he unite the people? No, he did not, right? The fact that what are some of the other things that he was supposed to? Oh yeah, rebuilding the temple, right? Because Ezekiel specifically
Latter
says that
Ezekiel,
he would,
yeah.
right? So it was always prophesized for them. So what would Christians like to do? And what are some of the other things that the Messiah was supposed to
Isaiah
remind me? Andrew?
2:22, I think, says that people will turn their swords into plowshares, implying that there will be peace on the earth.
Yeah, that there will be peace on earth. Everybody would believe in the Tanakh, right? We know clearly that there were
That a
so few
Gentile
Jews
will
back
go
then.
to I'm sorry, and a
Jews,
Gentile will
yeah,
go to a Jew and will say, you are the people of God. I want to go with you. I want to learn with you, and they will follow a Jew.
exactly, right? Some other things.
And there's quite a lot more. There's literally a Jewish
Yeah,
website I
I'm
found.
that
They
just
give a
sounds
whole
like
list.
I'm just
that
drawing a
sounds like the
blank.
Jewish
Yeah.
dream, right? For what?
Yeah,
That sounds like the Jewish dream.
absolutely. And
That the
you,
Gentiles would come and follow them,
well,
right?
that's what Christians believe. Believe it or not, there are a lot of Christians till this day that actually believe that. You know, and the
Yeah.
funny thing is, the New Testament says that anybody that does not believe in Jesus, right? It doesn't say that in Jesus as the Messiah. We Muslims actually believe in him as the Messiah, right? The definitions could be different, but at least we give him that title, we give him that designation, right?
For sure.
But the Jews don't at all, right? And it's Jesus himself says that that person would be an antichrist, right? Now, do the Jews actually believe in him to be the Christ in any way, shape, or form? No, they don't. They don't even
most
believe in
certainly
him to
don't.
be a prophet,
Yeah, they don't.
right? So that's a funny thing. And so besides that, so what are the three things he said? He said that
He said that he claimed to be the Jewish Messiah. That
okay,
he claimed
so
to be the
he
son
claimed
of
to be a precisely he failed at that because he did not do a single thing that the Jewish Messiah was supposed to do, right? Then he said that he claimed to be son of God,
in a
correct?
unique sense, different from any person who received the title previous.
Okay, so perfect. Where did he actually say that? If he
Yeah.
actually, so these types of statements are only made in the Gospel of John. Even over there, we clearly see that Gospel of John, in Gospel of John, Jesus is being misunderstood all the time. So
by the Jews,
if
yeah.
if you pay attention, every single time they accuse him of blasphemy, he comes back. He never affirms it. He never affirms their statements. Pick out every single occasion where they're throwing stones at him, whatever. He never affirms it, not once.
I literally just said that literally any passage that they
Then
fall
what the heck
back
am I
on.
doing over here if you already said all these things, man? Just kidding.
Listen, the only thing that's left for you to comment on.
The Padawan is becoming the master now.
Exactly.
The only thing that's left for you to
Yeah,
comment on is
mashallah.
the Son of Man thing, and I will gladly take
Yeah,
that
well,
off your hands, please.
I was letting the brother
absolutely.
go on. The last thing is the Son of Man
Son of Man.
statement. So
Okay.
yeah.
So here's the funny part. The Son of Man title is also not given uniquely to Jesus.
I
There's
was
so
gonna
many
say
other
that.
characters that you were going to say, you didn't.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
In Ezekiel, so first of all, it's very important to point this out.
Yeah.
First of all, if we grant that Christ claimed to be the Son of Man in Daniel, that doesn't make him the Son of Man in Daniel. You have to prove like that he fits the criteria of the Son of Man in Daniel chapter 7, and he does not. He doesn't, because according to Daniel 7, my presentation on Daniel 7, the Roman Empire, right? The Roman Empire was the fourth beast with the iron and the iron teeth and things like that. So then the Son of Man came after Constantine, who was symbolized by one of the horns, right? Because he was victorious over the three horns. He did commit blasphemies by articulating. He was the first to articulate homoousios, same substance, the clause of homoousios, meaning that the Son and the Father share the same substance, which from a Jewish and Muslim perspective is blasphemous. So he fits that criteria. So the Son of Man is going to come after him, and Christ doesn't fit that criteria. So to make Christ the Son of Man in Daniel is just to be like, even if he did say it, that's not that doesn't prove anything. And as Brother Fawad was saying, in the book of Ezekiel, Ezekiel is called Son of Man as well. Many times. All throughout the book of Ezekiel. Okay? Just go to the Hebrew word ben or anything like that, which means son. Go to Ezekiel and see for yourself. Baranesh, yeah. Go to the Hebrew word of that. Go to Ezekiel and see how many times it's used. It's used all over. So, and even in Daniel itself, which is crazy too, that the chapter after Daniel 7, in Daniel 8 verse 17, he's literally called the Son of Man as well. That's not a unique title, nor is it a title that represents divinity. I mean, we can get into the dominions and thrones and things like that, but even that isn't necessarily like indicative of divinity, because that is going to be given to the saints of the Most High in Daniel 7:27. It makes no sense to claim that Christ is the Son of Man in Daniel. It makes no sense. He doesn't fit with the prophecy's criteria. And on top of that, this term Son of Man is given to other characters in the Bible as well, like Ezekiel and Daniel mainly.
Yeah, so people can see on the screen, this is Ezekiel chapter 2, verse 1, right? So it's talking about Ezekiel, right? It says, he said to me, Son of man, stand up on your feet, and I will speak to you. As he spoke, the Spirit came into me and raised me to my feet, and I heard him speaking to me, right? And then in Psalms, it is used for humanity. And if you really think about it, I mean, we in Arabic, we have the same term, Bani Adam, right?
Bani
And
Adam, yeah.
Bani Adam, yeah.
That's what it means, you know, son of man.
What's a
Bani Adam.
term in Hebrew Do you
In
want to bring
Hebrew,
up the Hebrew? Or
yeah, but yeah, it's the same term.
just bring it up on
Yeah,
Hebrew
sure,
as well,
sure.
so it's
Yeah.
people can actually see that it says exactly that.
Yeah. Literally, what you do is you go to the Hebrew word son, you click on like where it's used, you go to
Adam.
Ezekiel,
Yeah.
and you find all
It's the
these
same
references.
thing. It's mentioned in several other places, like for instance in Psalm 8:4, it is used for humanity.
Yeah.
I'll pull that up as well. Psalm 8:4, right here actually. I'll pull it up so people can see. Psalm. Where's Psalm? I always forget the order. Yeah, right here. Oops, sorry. Psalm chapter 8, verse 4. You got it. Yeah. So right here. There. Same term. So again, all these, it's just special pleading after special pleading after special pleading. So what Christians like do, like if you actually read Tanakh without the Christian lens, the Christian hat on, you realize that he was actually failed Messiah. What Christians like do is like whatever appeals to them, they take things out of context, and they always appeal to these Psalm and Job and not Job specifically, but there is a passage in Job also they point out Ezekiel and
The
Isaiah,
passage that
etc.
the passage
know?
that calls God his redeemer.
No. Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make is, why do you guys think that they only point out to passages from, these types of texts, and not why not from other texts that are more
Actually, they do point to Zechariah.
yeah, no, but the point is, even Zechariah, if you really think about it, Isaiah, Psalm, Zechariah, Ezekiel, all of them, they have a poetic language.
Yeah.
The problem with poetry is you can, make it metaphorical.
Yeah, you can
right?
twist it and flip it in any way you want.
You can twist it. And it defeats the whole purpose of the prophecy.
Exactly.
Like in Urdu, I'm pretty sure the two brothers on stage, they will understand what I'm saying. I don't know how you would say that instead of just, you would say just twist, right? In Urdu, you would say, uski tange tod do aur gardan marod lo. That's how you would actually, literally you would twist you can twist the prophecy, you can twist the verse, make it, into anything. You can
make it
literally
literal,
get away.
and then
And whatever
Yeah,
does not,
that's
and
that's what the Christians do.
Exactly.
Like the whole concept of Messiah, the concept of Masih, right? They have changed that to something which neither Jews nor Muslims recognize what Masih is supposed to be. All of a sudden, Masih means that the claim of the Son of God is in there, the claim of Son of Man is in there, the claim of being divine is in there. None of that is contained within that term.
Yeah, certainly not.
Yeah. By the way, an interesting tidbit, because we're at it. So I didn't know this, but this sort of just, when I was looking at the first part of his name, Ben, Ben, which means son, and the last part of his name, right? I'm basically thinking, what type of a person are we talking about? Let me actually show you what I mean. Read this, Fawad.
Wait, I gotta zoom in. So the Shapiro surname is derived from Middle High German word "schaff," meaning sheep, exactly. Or chef,
Meaning
sorry.
sheep.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah,
Chef.
sheep. The meaning is sheep. So
Okay.
we're talking about the.
He's a sheep, of course. Yeah. Shapiro.
Son of the
But
sheep. Ben Shapiro,
but
right? Ben Shapiro
exactly,
means son of. So
exactly.
the son of the sheep.
Son of the sheep,
Anyway,
exactly.
so
So just
so
this
let's
last
see
point. So,
what.
so yeah, I'll wrap up this last point, right? So they've turned things. So first they appeal to metaphorical passages, right, or poetic passages, right, which can be interpreted any way you want, right. A second thing that they do is they turn things metaphorical when it does not align with Jesus, and they make things literal whenever
Literally the
they
same
want to within
verse.
the same passages, right?
They do that
Within
within
the
the
same
same
yeah,
bloody verse.
exactly. Like with Isaiah 53, famous one, they do that, right? Same thing with
Even when
Psalm
they do this to
22.
the Trinity, when they do
Yeah,
this to the Trinity as well, when they read the Trinity in there.
yeah. And then when he fails at a particular prophecy, what is their comeback?
Second coming, it
Oh,
will be fulfilled.
yeah, it'll be done in the second coming. So literally, they've got like loopholes for every single thing.
All right, let's
Subhanallah.
see.
Go ahead.
Because even BS is gonna bring up these points. Let's see.
That's it's an oddity.
I think you're absolutely right in saying that Jesus' understanding of the Messiah was radically different from the prevailing cultural understanding of the Messiah among the chief priests and the common people. And he didn't meet their expectations. Indeed, that's what helped to get him crucified. Being the Messiah, you're right, in and of itself isn't a blasphemous claim. But to claim to be the Son of God in a unique sense, and then especially the Son of Man prophesied by Daniel, sitting at the right hand of the power, that is truly blasphemous and is sufficient for his condemnation. Now, the question I think that is raised by your question,
Interpretation,
Ben,
yes.
yeah, your
Mhm, mhm,
interpretation,
mhm.
Ben, is this: why should we believe Jesus' reinterpretation of the Messiah rather than the one that the chief priests and the people held? And I think the answer to that is his resurrection from the dead.
Now, before we get into
That
the
doesn't even
resurrection
make
from
any
the dead,
sense.
I know it doesn't. It doesn't. Before we even get there, right? Number one, he's failed to establish how Jesus, peace be upon him, reinterpreted the concept of Messiah. That's not happening. His whole claim is on the idea that because Isa the son, or Jesus, peace be upon him, according to the Bible, according to the Gospels, during his trial, claimed to be the Messiah, he's also claiming to be everything else that they package with it. The Jews were using that uh, to accuse him of claims that he was not making. And the interesting thing is, the most interesting thing to me is that Christians would rather believe the Jewish claim about Isa alayhis salam than his own claims about who he is. He's the one denying them that I'm not the guy, I'm not that guy. That's not me. And uh, they're the ones sort of pinning the blame on him, and the Christians are willing to believe that. It just baffles my mind at times when I hear them uh, accept the claim of the enemies of Jesus in their own Bible and reject the claims by Jesus himself.
Yeah, like you said, Christ like misinterpreted the concept of the Messiah. Where do you get that from? Like, how can you show that Christ's concept of Messiah or Mashiach is radically different to what the Jews held? How can
Yeah,
you show that? You're just making
it's
claims from
impossible
where
to
the
show.
sun don't shine right now. At this point, you're making claims from where the sun don't shine. And you have no way to back it up. How are you gonna show that? You literally can't.
Right. Yeah, so let's see. Now he's basically switching guns because he's got no proof.
Yeah,
So
he's switching
William
the
Lane
topic
Craig,
now.
we're seeing him now jumping to the resurrection, because he knows he has nothing to come back with. It's a, I mean, the idea has to be dumb, even if even BS is better than this, right? It's a very low bar now. So let's see what he brings up
How can like
about
an average
resurrection.
Jew just debunk this guy? This
How
guy
can
studied theology
not?
and an
It's not even an average. I mean, we're talking about BS.
no. I mean, he's an
Jesus'
ignoramus, but
resurrection.
Yeah, yeah.
he's not
Let's
studied
see.
as far as Judaism is concerned. So I'm saying like he's not a rabbi.
Oh,
He doesn't have
that way.
yeah. Like he's not someone who studied, went to rabbinic school, none of that. He's just an average Jewish ignoramus, and he's able to just be like, dude, what are you doing? And Craig has got theology degrees. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
From the dead is Yahweh's public and unequivocal vindication of the man whom the chief priest had rejected as a blasphemer. It is the divine demonstration that these allegedly blasphemous claims are in fact true, that he was who he claimed to be, and that therefore I follow Jesus in his conception of what it means to be the Messiah.
So when it comes to the resurrection, why is resurrection proof of divinity? So Lazarus is resurrected.
That was why I wanted to emphasize the religio-historical context before we talked about the resurrection.
A good point.
It's such a simple point, right?
It's
This guy got
such a-
resurrected.
Again, I have to point out this guy is an
Why
average.
does that make him? Wwhy does that make him divine?
Yeah, that's
Actually,
absolutely
the idea,
fair.
and here's the thing, Juan, if you think about it, the idea that you would die and resurrect, it actually makes you not divine. It actually makes you not God. Because if you were God, you wouldn't die. If you were God, you wouldn't have to be resurrected because you never died. So the whole concept, this is like, is stupidity over stupidity over stupidity. It just gets to the level where you've just jumped right into the what do you call it? It's I don't even want to use the word, but it's just jumping into filth and not even willing to take your face out of it, right? You don't even want to clean yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
It's so funny. Like it's ironic. Think about the arguments that they're presenting, right?
Yeah.
Dying and resurrecting. I mean, like you pointed out, but think about it, Ahwan. If he wanted to prove that he was God, what did he have to do in that situation? Not die.
Exactly.
Not let the creation overpower him, right? Because that makes his claim just as ridiculous as anybody else throughout history that claimed divinity and they eventually died, right? Point number one. Point number two, look at like the terms that they're using, son of man. It's right there in the title, son of man. Bani Adam. Like, it couldn't be more explicit than that, right? Then look, son of God, right? So it means you're dependent on God. You're not God. Subhanallah. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just baffling how, and we're not talking about just an everyday Christian, right? We're not talking about someone who is not well versed in the Bible or not well versed. This guy has done PhDs.
That's kind of my
This
whole
guy
point, right? It's funny that, hold on one second. Let me call it. Hold on.
Yeah. So this guy has done PhDs in this type of topic, right? And he is unable to come up with anything. So Christians, I mean, for most Christians, this guy is the best that you can offer. And he honestly has nothing, no arguments, no actual arguments when it comes to the divinity of Jesus Christ. I mean, if this was the topic of monotheism, William Lane Craig would be rubbing the floor with these people's noses, right? Anyone who's against him going and talking about monotheism, he would rub the floor with them, right? But the same individual who's such a good debater, who's had so many highest level debates with so many individuals in the last 20 years and 20 plus years, right? He's unable to formulate a decent argument for this. This should be a warning to you. What kind of nonsense are you believing? Let's see. Let's hear what more he can say. Do you want to add anything? Oh,
No,
I'll save my thing for later. I have something to
A
say, but I'll
miracle
save it for later for
yeah,
the end of the video.
sure.
taken in isolation is inherently ambiguous. The proper interpretation of a miracle is going to be given by the religio-historical context in which it occurs. And the resurrection of Jesus is not just the resurrection of any old body. It's the resurrection of the man who claimed to be Messiah, Son of God, and Son of Man, and who was crucified for those allegedly blasphemous claims. If God has raised this man from the dead, then he has, I think, unequivocally and publicly vindicated those allegedly blasphemous claims.
So one of the counterclaims to some of this is that the Gospels are written significantly after Jesus lives. Even the earliest Gospel is written, 70 CE? Somewhere 40 years after Jesus is crucified. So what's to say, I mean, that like most historical events, there is some play in the joints here. So that this would be the historical argument against the exact veracity of the Gospel revelations, for example.
Now, I think it's important to understand.
Yeah, a Jew should not be making.
Ford, go ahead. Yeah, I know. I definitely know. But you forgot. This is BS, right? It's not really a Jew.
I know, but when it's a Jew making that statement that Gospels are written, or we don't know the like, even when Tobias Singer and all these guys, when they're making this statement, I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? You act as if as
40
if
years versus 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
There's a huge difference.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, this guy, this is not some any Jew. He's a Harvard law graduate.
More than the Jews, you know. I would literally side with the Christians more than I would with the Jews on this.
Subhanallah. Yeah.
Do we continue? I think this is it, but it's a valid question. Let's see what William and Craig says.
Yeah.
And Ben, that in order for a historical document to be reliable, it isn't required that it be inerrant.
Contemporaneous, of course.
So,
of course.
What I would argue is that underlying the inference to the resurrection of Jesus are three great independently established facts, which are supported by the historical evidence, and which surprisingly, I did my doctoral work on this in Germany, are recognized as such by the majority of New Testament scholars today who studied the historical Jesus. And these facts would be that after his crucifixion and burial by a member of the Sanhedrin named Joseph of Arimathea, that Jesus' tomb was discovered empty on the first day of the week by a group of his female followers. Secondly would be that various individuals and groups of people then witnessed appearances of Jesus alive. And finally, number three would be that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead, despite having every predisposition to the contrary. The vast majority of scholars have come to accept as convincing the evidence in support of those three facts, not assuming biblical inerrancy or inspiration, but treating the Gospels as ordinary historical documents. You can show, for example, that the fact of the discovery of the empty tomb is attested by at least 6 independent sources in the New Testament, some of which are extraordinarily early. No scholar denies that individuals and groups saw postmortem appearances of Jesus. The only question is whether you should or could dismiss them as hallucinatory. And again, nobody denies that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead. So these three facts are pretty firmly established. And the only question is then, how do you best explain them? And
yeah, so we've had some discussion over this before, right? How would you, Fawad, explain these facts without a special pleading? Brother Hassan, Brother DeAndre, anyone?
How would I explain them? To be honest, forget about explaining them. He says six
Sorry, man.
independent sources from within the new. Yes,
I'm
brother
like
Fahd,
coughing
please.
like
Did
crazy.
you
Sorry, what
did
was
you
your
did you
question?
oh yeah, did you hear his claims that they're the three facts
No, I
that
actually.
the empty tomb, right?
Okay, empty tomb.
The disciples saw the resurrected body, right? And what was the third one? Okay.
Uh, the one that caught my attention: six independent
Yeah.
sources from within the New Testament. When he says six independent sources from within the New Testament, how are they independent?
No, okay.
And
So first problem.
what you
Let's
forget,
deal
what
with
you forgot to add
one
is
thing at a time.
contradictory.
Okay, what
Yeah.
was the first one?
Let
Empty
me actually
tomb.
go back for what? Let me
Okay.
go back because
Yeah, I was
supported
coughing
by
like crazy over
the
here.
historical evidence, and which surprisingly, I did my doctoral work on this in Germany, are recognized as such by the majority of New Testament scholars today who study the historical Jesus. And these facts would be that after his crucifixion and burial by a member of the Sanhedrin named Joseph of Arimathea, the Jesus tomb was discovered empty on the first day of the week by a group of his female followers. Secondly, would be that various individuals and groups of people then witnessed appearances of Jesus alive. And finally, number three would be that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead, despite having every predisposition to the contrary. The vast majority of scholars have come to
What?
accept as convincing the evidence in support of those three facts, not assuming biblical inerrancy or inspiration, but treating the
yeah. So do you want to hear the rest of it for what or
No, okay. Let's deal with the empty tomb first. It was the empty tomb first, right? That he claimed.
yeah.
Okay. So the empty tomb, is it so if I actually go to a place, right? Or like I go to I visit somebody's tomb, it's empty. So does that automatically necessitate that the person has resurrected from the dead? Okay,
No.
No,
yeah.
it doesn't.
What would that like? What could be a possible conclusions we could come up with?
The body was stolen.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
or like
Or
as
it
it
was
says in
cremated.
Talmud,
Or he was never
or it
put in
says
a
in Talmud
tomb.
that it was eaten by dogs or some animals or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Just some possible conclusions,
Or
right?
maybe he
But
was in a
nobody
tomb
would
and was never killed.
exactly, or he was never buried there, right? So these are four possible conclusions we could come up with. Nobody in their right mind would actually come up with the conclusion, oh, he has risen up alive, right? And if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to, without special pleading, prove to us,
Prove that, yeah.
because there have been so many other deities or so many other mythologies in the past, right? With the likes of Bacchus and Hercules and Dioscuri and so many other ones, right? That have said to be, like their tombs were, I think, found empty, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so many Roman emperors as well, right? So, and we see that even church fathers, they actually, when they're writing the apologetic works, they tell these Romans and Greeks that we believe in Jesus, nothing different than what you believe in.
Which you
Like in the
esteem
first
sons of
apology.
Jupiter.
Exactly.
About the sons of Jupiter, right?
Exactly. So why is he doing that? Because he actually points out that just like that blah blah God that you believe in, right? Raised from the or like in one case, so many different cases. I think we have that on dots connected to Islam, right? Where the scholar actually lists, I think, over 72 different people throughout history where these empty tomb stories, they've been circulating. Right, now let's get to this next point. What was the next point?
That appearance of Jesus to his disciples.
Okay, so again, right. So if somebody appears to his disciples, right? So let's say if somebody thought that I was dead, and I appear to those people, does that necessitate that I actually died and I had raised from the dead? First of all, we know according to the Gospels that the disciples, they flee from the scene. They did not see him being crucified. That's point number one. Point number two, Gospels, like BS pointed out, they're written so much later that you don't have any primary source material. Plus, you don't have any first-hand eyewitnesses, right? So you're taking somebody else's word 70 years, 90 years, 100 years later, right? That this person named Jesus, he actually rose up from the dead. And he was seen by 500 people, like Paul says. But Paul himself actually never even met Jesus. So we're taking the word of somebody that has
Literally, it's just
never met.
like, literally, it's just hearsay, right? Because, and literally, you do this in a courtroom and it'll get objected to and it'll be sustained. Because if someone walks in the courtroom and says, Your Honor, so there was this many witnesses that saw it, and the opposing counsel's like, well, were you there? It's like, no. Like, then how did you know that there was that many witnesses? Well, I heard from objection. It's like, you can't do that. That's not valid. It's not credible. That's not authentic.
Yeah. So, and so if it was an Islamic court, by the way, you would get lashes. but
yeah, for lying under oath, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Over here, perjury is 5-year sentence in prison.
And here, it's like perjury actually forms an entire theology.
That's true. That's very true, actually.
Okay, what was the next point?
The next point was that the disciples sincerely believe that Christ was resurrected despite presuppositions to the contrary, which is just false. What presuppositions do they have to the contrary? Where? What?
No, not just that. Where are the disciples actually shown to, like, when we talk about this, right? Where are the disciples actually saying that this is resurrection, the whole concept of Christianity? Where is that coming in from?
Yeah, it all comes from Paul, right? Because if you really think about it, like before Paul, nobody actually argues for this. And we don't have to grant that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by the disciples. Nobody actually believes that, and we don't have to grant that. So it's only Paul. And
remember, his
even
argument
the
is
Gospels, they were
historical.
influenced. Yeah. And the Gospels, they were influenced by the Pauline epistles. We know this, right? So it all comes down to a person that never met Jesus.
Making claims about Jesus for whatever ends, as we were talking about it before as well, right?
Exactly.
And it comes down to the question of how do you come to that conclusion? The 500 people who saw him and all of those claims, those are who's making those claims?
Exactly. And the discrepancies that we see in the whole crucifixion narrative, right? Including especially the part, like if you actually, so first of all, it shoots, they shoot themselves in the foot with this particular argument, right? Because if, let's say, Isaiah 53, etc., and whatever other passages that they referred to from the Old Testament, that the resurrection, the crucifixion and resurrection was prophesied in there, right? So obviously, then the disciples of Jesus, being Jews, they would have known about those prophecies, and Jesus should have taught them, because that's the most important thing, that especially if your salvation is dependent on that, and you're going to actually hold those people responsible, especially the likes of Peter, right, that we discussed earlier, that was supposed to take charge from Jesus, right? He's called the rock of the church. Why was he not told? Why is it that he actually reacts? And I think it's Matthew 8, right? That when Jesus says 18, I think Matthew 18, right?
I think it's
Jesus
16.
16, yeah. Thank you. Right, where Jesus tells him that he has to die and go to Galilee and die and blah blah blah. why is it that he says, may this never happen to you, right? So in a way, he's actually saying, because if that is the whole purpose of Jesus coming to earth, why is his disciple, the rock of the church, the very person that's supposed to take charge from Jesus, actually negating that claim of his, right? And why is it that Jesus calls him Satan? Instead, as a good teacher, he should have, fine, even if you want to rebuke him, right? But then why is it that he doesn't actually explain to him that, by the way, Isaiah 53 was about me,
Yeah, it's
that I'm going
just
to die and resurrect?
it's just so
Yeah.
many holes.
There's
And
just so many.
and this is where this is. Go ahead, Deandra.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like there's so many. But after you finish, I do want to talk on something that was previously said because I didn't get the chance to. So go ahead, Brother Faisal. But I do want to bring something up.
Yeah, what I was bringing up is I just want to conclude on it that when you look at this as a Christian, right? The everyday Christians, they don't know about this. They're just going by what their priests, their preachers, their the scholars of their religion are claiming. And in all honesty, when you hear these scholars, right, they don't care about the truth. All they care about is, yes, this is historical. Do you know what is historical? Historical is anything that was done by your forefathers and their forefathers, so anyone in history. If they took a comb and they cleaned their butt with it, it's become a historical artifact now. That's it. It doesn't matter what they were using it for. It's historical, right? That's what historical means. Just because somebody wrote it down 2,000 years ago doesn't make it the truth, doesn't make it more meaningful. You guys are being led by the nose and being turned into honestly sheep, as we're seeing on the screen, right? It doesn't
And
help if you're going to close your mind to what reality should be.
here's the passage that I was referring to, right? So he says, it's, I lost it. Predicts his death, right? So first of all, pay attention to this. Actually, let's go down to the passage that I was referring to. So Jesus supposedly predicts his death, right? Now, from that time on, Jesus began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and that he must be killed on the third day, be raised to life. Okay? Now, these are the disciples that actually saw Jesus raising people from the dead, doing all kinds of, amazing miracles, right? Would somebody that has witnessed all these miracles, would they be actually shocked at him actually resurrecting himself or God resurrecting that person from the dead? No, not at all. If I were in their place, I would say, oh, that's just, another day. He did it the other day with Jairus's daughter. He did it the other day with that other person. He healed this person from, that from that disease. He walked on water. He turned the water into wine. He did all kinds of miracles, right? So why can't he, come back to life? Why is it that we see the disciples completely shocked, right, when they already saw somebody else being resurrected from the dead, and they never showed that, this type of reaction there? Point number one. Point number two, right? Why is it that anytime Jesus has the chance to correct the Jews or his disciples on something that they've misunderstood, why is it that he never corrects them? Isn't that what a prophet's supposed to do as a good teacher? Could he have not confirmed that, or corrected Peter over here instead of calling him Satan? And by the way, then turning that same person, so basically he's turning Satan into the rock of the church, applying the law of identity, But anyways, now here's the funny part. Look at what he says over here. When he tells him that he, So Jesus replied, "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah," etc. Right? Then what does he say over here? Read this out loud, guys.
Then
Then he ordered his disciples
Then he
not to tell
ordered his
anyone.
disciples not to tell anyone
Anyone. Okay.
He was the
that
So
he was the Messiah.
if he's the Messiah, why is he telling them to hide from people that he is the Messiah?
By the way,
Would
I
that
feel
not
like I'm back in class.
right? So I mean, look at this. Is this not deceptive? And is this not, look, if I'm a Second Temple Jew, right? And let's say for whatever reason I did not understand, so I see Jesus, right? And he's going back and forth with the Pharisees, etc., right? Or with Jews, and I'm all confused. I'm scratching my head. I'm like, I don't know, man, if this guy is a true Messiah or not, right? I mean, would it not be his responsibility that he actually announces to the people that, look, I've already performed all these miracles. I've fulfilled all these prophecies from the Old Testament, right? These guys don't want to believe in me, but you guys should believe in me. Instead, he's not actually telling himself to the people that he's the Messiah clearly, right? Speaking in riddles, parables, etc. On top of that, he's ordering his disciples not to tell anybody that he's the Messiah. Because from the perspective of the Christians, the Jews, they already knew that he was the Messiah, right? And they purposely act, because if they did not know inside their heart that he was a true Messiah, then they're not at fault. But if they
Yeah,
thought that
because
he was a true
then
Messiah,
it's an imposter. Yeah, then it's an imposter who's being who they're going after, and that's perfectly fine. It's
yeah,
in accordance with
exactly.
the Jewish law. It's you're getting
Yeah.
rid of an imposter, like MGA. We all Muslims know that he was a liar. It was okay for him to be executed, right? Because he
Exactly.
was, and that's pretty much the same thing, right? Somebody who's claiming to be a Messiah and not is not the Messiah, uh, will be treated pretty much the same way under Jewish law. Plus,
Exactly.
for what? Here's the interesting thing: the implications of this. This is what does it mean when in reality you're someone and you're pretending to be someone else? What does that mean?
Yeah, you are an imposter. You are one second, Afi. You guys continue.
No, no,
I'll
no.
be back in 2
Jesus
minutes. Yeah,
basically,
back in
yeah,
2 minutes.
sure. When Jesus is uh, eh, telling everyone around him, telling his disciples that not to tell anyone that he's the Messiah. What does that mean? He's misleading people. He's
Yeah,
lying
he's
to them,
misleading them. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He's misleading them. He's lying to them. He's committing fraud. He's committing deception. Okay. Are you Christians that blind that you cannot even see this written down in your Bible, in the Gospels?
That's true.
It's
So.
it's unbelievable.
Oh,
Sorry.
The idea.
And check
Go
this
ahead,
out, right?
Deanna.
So go ahead, DeAndre. My apologies, Afi.
No problem. Okay, good. No problem. So there was a thing I was gonna mention before that I was called in the middle of speaking. It was my little brother's birthday, so my family had called. But basically, I was saying that this is an average Jew. When I say that, I mean like he did not attend any rabbinical school. He does not have a degree in Jewish law or in Jewish theology. He's not a rabbi, at least not to my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong. Versus not just an average Christian, not an average Christian that goes on TikTok and Clubhouse and YouTube. No, this guy has theology degrees. Right. This guy is studied up on theology, and yet when he brings this argument about resurrection, BS snapped back like a whip and said, wait, but Lazarus was resurrected. That doesn't mean he's divine. And on top of that, in Tanakh, people were resurrected in there, which is, I don't even think Christians were aware of this. That in 1 Kings chapter 17, verses 17 to 24, and in 2 Kings chapter 4, verses 20 to 35, where Elijah, Elias, and his successor Elisha both actually resurrect someone's son that died. And they both go and the son was both resurrected. So does that mean that the sons are God? No, that doesn't make any sense. And so it's kind of like really embarrassing that any average individual who isn't necessarily like a rabbi or has any degrees could just destroy this guy. I don't have any degrees in theology. I could annihilate this guy on his arguments. Absolutely annihilate it with my hands behind my back. All right? So it just shows like how bad the arguments are. When someone who has surface level understanding of Tanakh and of New Testament can debunk them, it's very embarrassing.
All right, go ahead, Dahi.
Yeah, I do think sometimes we're so generous with these Christians, going through each and every detail and giving them a full rundown, and yet they still don't understand this better, right? The idea that it's clearly written in their Bible that their God is lying, and he's teaching his disciples to lie about him. Like the idea for a Muslim, you cannot even accept the idea that you would lie about something that the Prophet peace upon him said. That's one of the bigger sins out there, right? That you lie about the Prophet and Allah, or Allah, right?
Oh, 100%.
And
Yeah.
here, over here, they're like, oh, their God is teaching them to lie about him to everyone else. How much more?
Yeah, because
absurd can it become?
what is the worst that could happen if they had discovered that he was the Messiah, right? Which is quite ironic because, like in Gospel of John, he's going around now and saying, you know, that he's all these I am statements. But anyways, let's grant them this, right? The question should be, what is the worst that could have happened if they had discovered
They
that
could
he
have
was the
put
Messiah?
him on a cross and killed him.
Exactly. He was here to do that anyways.
What are you afraid of?
Subhanallah.
Like, the guy is supposed to be here on a suicide mission,
Yeah.
right? And he's getting afraid. He's getting cold feet. Like, it's just the absurdity of all of these, of how this whole thing plays out. They talk about the Gospels and the Bible being this amazing document. When you read through it, it's just nonsense. Right? This is why when you read the Quran and you understand then what it means to be a clearly written document. Right? You read the Bible and you realize, subhanallah, what we've been given. These Christians, they're like they try to pick at this idea, but when you contrast it, it starts making sense to you. Right. Let's get through this. Not much more left. About 2.5 minutes.
Gave that God raised Jesus from the dead. And if that's right, then I think we have good grounds, indeed are almost compelled to revise our typical understanding of who the Messiah was supposed to be.
So we can have the historical argument back and forth, obviously, and I think that there are arguments that you can make. I think there are arguments that I can make, but I honestly find them relatively uninteresting, is the truth, simply because I'm not sure that we're going to come to any sort of consensus on them.
No.
You know, on the historical argument, for example, I think it's fairly easy to claim there's a sect of Judaism right now in which there's a small subsection of people who believe that the Lubavitcher Rebbe is still alive. Right? The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away in the 1990s.
Yes, yes.
And there's still people who treat him as though he is not dead. They call him the Messiah. They think that he was the political Messiah. They have and they still do that 20 years after his death. You know, that's not proof to me that he is actually alive. Some of them claim to have experienced it. Right. So, you know, especially when you're talking about events 2,000 years ago, if people write that down, I think there's sufficient.
I doubt this man's tomb is empty.
I mean, I haven't dug him up, so I wouldn't know. But the claims, if somebody claimed 2,000 years,
but he definitely had the idea.
Why is this guy
now that his tomb
spitting?
is empty, or claims 7 years now that his tomb.
Why is this guy doing fast raps? Why is this guy doing fast rap spitting bars at me? What are you doing? Why are you speed running through your Chick-fil-A order at me?
Oh, I have it at 1.25 speed, so maybe.
Oh, okay.
You want me to slow it down?
No. I understood it perfectly.
But nobody
I
wants
understood it.
to spend too much time. Don't. Let's go ahead.
Yeah,
was empty. Then
that's an important difference, Ben. The important time gap is not the gap between the events and the present. Good evidence doesn't become bad evidence just because of the lapse of time. The critical event, as you just said, is the time gap between the events and the recording of those
Correct.
events. And in the case of the events of the life of Jesus and his resurrection, that time gap is extraordinarily narrow. We can push back even before the writing of the Gospels and the epistles of Paul by discerning the traditions upon which they relied when they wrote. And some of these go back to within, it's estimated, 5 years after Jesus' crucifixion. I'm thinking of the ones that Paul transmits to the Corinthian
That's
church in 1
just
Corinthians 15.
false.
So we're on pretty good ground there in terms of the earliness and the multiplicity of our sources for the life of Jesus.
Okay, so this part I don't have much information about. Right, Fawad, do you want to speak about this? What he's
Sure.
talking about here?
Okay, so first part, right? He mentioned that God raised him from the dead, right? So pay attention to this, right? He said God raised him, not the Son, not God the Son, and not he himself, right? So being raised up by God, is that something that unique,
Is
or
it
him being raised from the
miraculous?
dead?
Yeah, it
Is
could be
yeah,
miraculous, but
yeah, it's miraculous,
is
but
it
like,
divine?
yeah, it's not divine, because we know
Yeah.
that God has raised, he will raise all of us from the dead when we die. You know, he created us from nothing. So raising up
Yeah,
somebody
that's
from
actually
the dead,
true.
that's
Yes.
nothing unique. But it just, struck me as, it's a fitra, right? It's a fitra in them. When they speak casually, always pay attention. They say God raised him from the dead. They never say, he raised himself from the dead, because he himself was 100% God and 100% man, right? The hypostatic union is all about that, right? Why don't they say that God the Son raised himself from the dead, or the Trinity raised him from the dead, right? They always say God, right? And we see clearly, even the epistles of Paul, everywhere, that even in the vision where what was it, Stephen, right, when he sees Jesus after ascension, right, when he's filled supposedly with the Holy Spirit in Acts, he sees Jesus sitting on the right hand of God, it says over there, not the Father, but it says God. Then in Acts 2 it says that, God did all the miracles. So it just kind of, it struck me. It's like, look, the innate fitra, it always comes out. And what was the second point?
Early
Yeah,
sources
so
that go back to
Talked about
5 years
the
after
recording.
Christ.
Yeah. So it couldn't be recorded more poorly. That's how I'll put it. I mean, an event, it couldn't be recorded more poorly than that throughout history, where the first mention is, 40 years later, by a guy that has never met Jesus, right? And then the gospel's written by anonymous authors, and you have to wait for 200 years somebody to even give them the title. And there were so many gospels in circulation. How many gospels were there in circulation? More than 20 or 25 gospels, if I'm not mistaken, right? And there are so many other documents.
Yeah.
And so many of the other documents, they completely negate, they
And
don't
different
mention.
regions had different
Yeah.
documents with them.
Exactly. So it couldn't be recorded, anymore. And like the contradictions that they have amongst themselves. So many different documents that you have, but not saying the same thing. Totally contradictory narratives.
what is the reference that he's making to Paul transmitting to the Corinthian church in 1 Corinthians 15? What are the documents being mentioned there?
Yeah, but even First Corinthians, like the earliest epistles, they were written 30 to 40 years after the ascension of Jesus, right?
He claimed it was 5 years after Christ's crucifixion, and that's
Yeah,
just not
that's a
true.
lie. Like, what the heck is he talking about?
No.
That's just
So I'll
false.
bring it up. I'll bring it up because I just want us to have a look at this. First Corinthians.
Like First Thessalonians is said to be written around 50 to 51 AD, right? That's what, like almost 30 years after, right? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, not after. I mean, 50 years after. Sorry, that's what I meant. Right, so it's almost 50 years after, and that is us granting them,
Yeah, but
manuscripts and everything, which we don't have to,
let me bring up what William Lane Craig said here, because this is, I think, maybe we have to take a look into this a bit deeper.
The traditions upon which they relied when they wrote
Let me actually bring
of Jesus and his resurrection, that time gap is extraordinarily narrow. We can push back even before the writing of the Gospels and the epistles of Paul by discerning the traditions upon which they relied when they wrote. And some of these go back to within, it's estimated, 5 years after Jesus' crucifixion. I'm thinking of the ones that Paul transmits to the Corinthian church in 1 Corinthians 15. So,
do you know what he's referring to here?
No clue. I don't have to look into this because that's not factual at all.
Yeah.
This could be just a tradition.
Yeah, maybe we.
He's just making a claim.
Yeah, maybe we should ask Wassam as well.
Wassam, yeah.
He may.
But what is the verse saying? So let me look at the verse.
I'm on 1 Corinthians 15. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Sorry.
Way off.
I don't think he gave.
Way off. Sorry.
Did he give the verse? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't give a.
No, he didn't give a verse. But the thing is, like, this is just like if I was to.
Wait. So.
Yeah. What is he talking about? Oh, I'm guessing he's referring. This is literally just like a claim that you're just making without giving evidence. It's like
that I proclaim to you, which you in turn received. This is probably what he's talking about.
Yes. So again, but where does it say within 5 years or whatever? That, like, I knew this passage, but what I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to find the 5 years reference.
The correlation between his claim and this passage right now. It doesn't make any sense, because literally he's just making a claim and he's just saying, "Oh, we have traditions." Ha! It's like,
because if I say, "Hey, Faisal, I gave you something," does that mean that I gave it to you 50 years ago? No.
No.
It could be yesterday. So
yeah,
that's the part that I'm figuring out.
And the other thing is, like, this is what you were talking about as well, right? The good news, the gospel that I proclaim to you, which you in turn.
Yeah, like there's another passage which he clearly says that. I'll find you the verse that I'm referring.
It's his gospel, right?
Yeah.
Now again, for I handed on to you as of first importance what I in turn had received. Right? This is, remember that he's not getting his information from any of the disciples. Juan, I'm here. It's too quiet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the reference.
When you read number 3, right, he's talking about how he had received it. This information is something he has received. It's not something which, like, is something which he has received from the apostles. It's not what he's received from the apostle.
That's the funny part, Faisal. Like, I always say this, right? Like, I think we discussed this with Adam, if I'm not mistaken, and a couple of the other Christians too, where they point out, first of all, like, whenever you point out anything alternative to the Gospels, what is the first thing that they say from any of the other documents? Oh, that's the Apocrypha. Those are the Gnostics.
Apocryphas, yeah.
Those are the Gnostics, right?
Yeah.
But when you actually read the Gospel of John, and especially if you read the Gospel of, the epistles of Paul. So, Faisal, if you can, please bring up this particular passage for people to see. So, first one is Galatians chapter 1, 11 to 12.
Galatians chapter 1.
Yeah. No, chapter 12, I think I told you, right? No,
Chapter
sorry, chapter 1.
12.
No, chapter 1, sorry.
I
Chapter
was
1,
gonna be like,
verse
oh,
11 to 12.
excuse me?
Yeah, sorry. I meant verse 11
Galatians
to 12.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Let me actually
what
make
does he
it
say?
bigger.
Yeah.
So it's easier to read.
Yeah. So read it out loud because I can't see.
Yeah. For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel that was proclaimed by me is not of human origin. For I did not receive it from a human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus Christ.
Exactly. So what is he referring to? He's saying that was a mysterious knowledge that only he received.
Yeah.
Right? And that's exactly what Gnosticism is. It's the hidden, mysterious knowledge. That's exactly what it is. Right? And you see this like in Ephesians 3, I think. Then he talks about it in the First Corinthians, if I'm not mistaken, chapter 2. It's all over. Marcion, that they always love to sort of toss aside, right? Who basically came up with, he was, by the way, the first quote unquote Christian in his own, definition. He'd also be a Christian, right? He was a follower of Christ. He formed the very first canon, actually, right? And he was actually a follower of Paul. It was based on Paul's teachings that he actually came up with the idea of Gnosticism. And he was one of the most famous Gnostic. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. And then the other thing is here, the verse that I was referring to. Let me see. His own gospel. Yeah. So let's actually.
Oh, is the same verse?
No. There's another verse. I'm looking for. So it's Romans chapter 2, verse 16.
Just remember, the Andres is stealing these from you. Why is it jumping?
Chapter 2, verse 16.
Okay. On the day when, according to my gospel, God through Christ Jesus judges the secret thoughts of all.
Exactly. So it's his own gospel that he received in secret that was never revealed to the disciples or anybody, right? And then also go to Romans chapter 16. And I think it's verse 25 or 26. Yeah, check that.
Romans 16?
Yeah, Romans 16. 25 or 26.
Yeah, I'm reading it. So now to God, who is able to strengthen you according to my gospel and the proclamation of Jesus Christ, according to the revelation. It's 25.
And a revelation of the mystery that was kept secret for long ages. You see that? And he actually, so basically he says that this was mysterious knowledge that was not revealed by either Jesus himself, right? Or to the disciples. So Jesus himself never revealed it. God never revealed it, right? But after the ascension of Jesus, Jesus had to reappear and teach him everything new. But according to his epistles and according to Christians, Paul is teaching the same stuff all over again. So then why is he saying that it's all mysterious knowledge that I received from him, and that's my gospel, right?
Exactly. So this is where I actually think that Paul, his when you put a psychological profile for him, he's sort of that sneaky guy that you would expect who would be uh, uh, like he stays in his basements and he tries to come up with these weird sort of ways of getting people to uh, fall into his ways, sort of, right? Misleading people, those type of devious sort of personality. That's what you see from Paul, right? He's not, he's something else when he's out in the open. The disciples, when they're looking at him, when they're talking to him, he's pretending to be something else. And when he has this opportunity to send out these letters or talk to other people who are not aware, he's out there to mislead them. He's out there to con them. That's what he is, a con man.
Absolutely. And just one last one, okay? And then after
Sure,
that, I
sure.
would have to go because like almost 2 in the morning over here. I
Yeah,
gotta wake up early.
yeah. We'll just end it since
Okay.
nobody's coming
So
there.
so go to Second Timothy,
And Fawad,
chapter.
we have to end before Ali comes back.
Yeah, that's true. Before he puts everybody to sleep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Second Timothy,
Yeah, chapter 2, I think
chapter
verse 8.
2.
Yeah.
Okay, remember Jesus Christ raised from the dead, a descendant of David. That is my gospel.
Right. So it is according to his gospel that that Jesus actually raised from the dead again. Subhanallah. According to my gospel, right? So
Yeah, he's just praising himself here. All you see is self-praise.
but no, but the part that I found really funny, right? It says, "Remember that Jesus Christ of the seed of David was raised from the dead according to my gospel," right?
Yeah, yeah, and but read the next part as well. For which I
Yeah,
suffer hardship,
yeah,
even to the
exactly.
point of being chained like a criminal. But the word of God is not chained. Therefore, I endure everything for the sake of the elect, so that they may obtain the salvation that is in Jesus Christ with eternal glory. Like seriously, this is just somebody sort of coming up with a grandiose or a grand uh, idea that, oh, I'm the one, just to give themselves importance. That's what they're trying to do. Paul is honestly he's a pretty pathetic figure when you look at it, right?
Absolutely.
What he says, things he does, right, and how hard he's trying during his lifetime. I don't think anyone gave this guy even a piece of bread, probably, because of how shady he looks. But then,
And
sort of
he
because
actually
he's,
knew. He knew he
yeah,
failed. You know this, right? That's why he
yeah,
actually
yeah,
writes
and
to the Roman Empire. I think it was to Romans. I forget exactly what region it was that he was actually writing a letter, asking them to fund him because he clearly says that that he tried preaching the gospel to all the Jewish communities and they all rejected him. So he wanted to create his own church elsewhere, far
yeah.
off.
So to go to the Gentiles now, right?
Gentiles, exactly.
That's essentially what he did. He changed the game.
Yeah,
He changed the like what did what did Uber do? They couldn't control. Nobody could control the taxi services, so they changed the rules. They came out with the ride sharing, and now look what they're doing. It's all taxi service,
absolutely.
Uber, right?
Yeah,
Look at
that's
what,
a great that's a great
yeah.
example. Yeah,
Look at what do you call them? Tesla did, right? Um, they came out, they changed the market. They took the big companies like GM and Ford out. If you look at the GM and Ford, for 100 years almost, Fawad, these two
Yeah.
companies were some of the largest companies in the world, and all
True.
of a sudden they're trying to compete, and they're finding it difficult to do that because Tesla came in, changed the game, changed the rules of the game, right?
Yep.
Look at what India did with cricket.
Yeah. True.
They changed the rules of the game.
Yeah.
They were
That's
not
true.
able to win. They had to change the rules of the game. That's what they did to win, right? This is really what ended up happening, and we're seeing that when you read through this, right? When you read through it, when you look at history, that's what it's proving to you, not the nonsense that Christians bring up. Honestly, sometimes I think Christians are like uh, the little girl who's been given a candy by some sort of a stranger, and they just decide to walk with them. That's what Shaitan does.
Yeah.
He comes and gives them a candy, and they just walk with him. Have you not learned that Shaitan is not your friend? Don't care. Seriously. Anyway, I think let's wrap up. I don't think
Inshallah.
any Christians are coming, and if anyone jumps up, we'll kick them out. It's too late. All
All right,
right,
Ikhwan.
brother Hassan,
Yes, sir.
we're
Right.
wrapping up. Anything that you found? Um,
Yes. Two things I noticed because I have followed Dr. Lane Craig for a while, in the sense that I've kept my eye on some of his debates and so forth. He mentioned Joseph Arrhythmia, and the thing is, he's mentioned him before, and the same point, and points were put forward to him that he could not defend. Is that uh, you know he's mentioned in the four gospels, yes, but in three of them he's mentioned as a member of the Sanhedrin, while only in the Gospel of Matthew he's mentioned as a follower of Jesus, right? So the contention is that one disciple calls him a follower, while the rest of them call him a member of the Sanhedrin, right? That's one thing. The other is the only other mentioning of Joseph of Arrhythmia is in the Gospel of Nicodemus, which is not canon. Which is not canon. It's an apocrypha. It's in the apocrypha. So when he's putting a credence to a character like Joseph of Arrhythmia, sorry, Ridma. It's quite a weak it's a weak standpoint. It's a weak standpoint because the location of uh, Ridma is unknown. The only thing we can actually uh, discern is that it's a town or a city somewhere in Judea. Now, where in Judea, no one has been able to discern that or locate that. So, and we have no idea what role he played in the Sanhedrin, because he's not mentioned outside the Christian biblical works. That's one thing. The other thing that is worth noting is, you know, the man Dr. Lane Craig is talking to, and that's Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is technically, he's not a hereditary Jew. He's a Hasadi, which means that he is and this is just me, you know, this is just me spitballing. Hasadi Jews are more inclined toward the Kabbalite traditions and so forth. So this entire talk of mysticism and so forth, it should be more appealing to someone like Ben Shapiro, but Shapiro waves it off like nothing. He's actually now adopting a more uh, Haredi position than he is a Hasadi position. So that in and of itself, it shows Ben Shapiro is at the very least, uh, not representing his own belief system and his own, ideals in this conversation.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. I didn't know about this detail about
Yeah, I don't know about
BS.
that either. I don't know about Ben Shapiro that much.
Yeah, nobody
Oh,
really does. I just
I
know
keep
he's the
my
son
eye
of a sheep.
on scumbags and snails. So
Son
yeah,
of a sheep, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, but the Shapiro name actually comes from Germany. It's very interesting to note that it's not even Jewish in origin, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hasadi. He's an Hasadi Jew. He's not a hereditary Jew. He's not a proper Jew, per se.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Jazakallah khair, Brother Hassan. Assalamu
Wayakumullah.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum
Assalamu
salam wa
alaikum.
rahmatullahi.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
DeAndre, what do we
Yep.
have?
What do you mean? What do we have? Why are you asking me?
All right. DeAndre, it's been a while since you last did a presentation. When are we going to see the next one from you?
I knew it. I knew it. I knew that was coming. To tell you the
Yeah.
truth, it's not necessarily that I don't want to do another presentation. I do, but I don't necessarily know which topics to cover. So y'all better give me some ideas. What should I cover? As far as
let's see how
presentation
active
goes.
our chat is. Let's see if they can bring up a topic. If I actually narrow it down to three things, let's see what the chat talks about. So, number one, I would say we've gone over the. Why don't you do a presentation on the what happened to the Old Testament, right? According to the Old Testament, the whole piece around how the Old Testament was lost and they found it, all of that. What are the events and what we can understand from it? Because I don't think a lot of people know about it.
Like, are you
really
speaking
happened
from
in
a
it.
historical perspective or from the textual Old Testament perspective?
No, Kings and Ezra.
Oh,
and
Kings,
all of that.
Jeremiah, Ezra. Oh, okay.
Yes, yes, exactly. Do you think you can put something together around that?
Yeah, I could get some stuff put around that. I did discuss that previously on the Old Testament dissected, and we had very, very little objection. So I could kind of redo that so you guys can see the sources, and I could get more sources for
Especially
that.
let's put it together in a presentation, because one of the other things that will happen, and we're not going to do it now.
Yeah.
We're actually going to put out all the presentations that we've done on this channel in PDFs, and just basically allow the brothers and sisters who are here to have access to it, right? That they can go and download those presentations, and they can basically add to it, work with them, inshallah, right?
Inshallah.
And use it to take the message forward, inshallah, right? Mm-hmm. So that would be very useful if it's in a format that they can take a look at, and then essentially also in a presentation that talks specifically about this topic, because there's I can see there's confusion, especially Christians. They have no clue what they're talking about when they talk about the Old Testament.
That's true.
Right? They don't even know what the Old Testament itself says about the Old Testament and its preservation.
That's correct.
Right? So let's put that together for them.
Sure.
And let's see what, because I think you've done most of the work. It's just about putting it together in a presentation.
That's entirely true. What I could do to kind of, because it'll be a bit short. What I could do is I could gather some possible objections and answer them on the presentation. so that I can
Yeah.
kind of help them out and I can kind of give them a hand because I think they need it. I can already give them the answer to the objection before they bring it, but I'm still open to you guys giving, you guys, I mean chat, giving topic ideas. Inshallah, that we could do. That seems like a very good topic. I do have all of the sources ready, so it's just about putting it into a PowerPoint and having Brother Faisal do everything, all of the visual stuff that you guys see on the screens.
Yeah. All right. So there will be some presentation. Inshallah, there will be a presentation tomorrow. Ali
Oh, really?
is ready with his, inshallah. And then we're going to have a look at some more presentations in the coming weeks
Inshallah.
from all the brothers. Chat, if you think there's a topic that we should cover, let us know. We'll see
Sure.
if any of the brothers have done any research on that topic, and then we'll proceed accordingly, inshallah.
Inshallah.
All right. So with that, let's call it a day or a night.
All right.
All right.
So.
Rejected Gospels. That's actually an interesting one. We'll probably have a look at that sometime.
Rejected
inshallah.
Gospels.
Or basically apocryphal or agnostic.
Yeah, I can't help you there, bro. I have no idea about any of that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You guys take care.